Chapter 43:23. Threat. Juniors are naturally afraid. The gentle youth calling Chien slightly arched his hands, then raised his head, staring directly at Gafu Supreme. The junior is just telling the truth. Supreme Gav nodded, glanced at the others, and asked gently, "You mean the same thing?" "Yes. If you are helpless, my great Japanese kingdom will never be opposed to the shrine." De Rishun fluttered his hands to dust. Enin said, "The Pluto, the right guardian of the blood temple, who did not say a word from beginning to end, said coldly, 'Let's stop talking nonsense.' Gafu, I came by the order of the Lord of the Palace. As long as Tai Luo Divine Sword and Sword Warrior, even if the two pick up one, I will turn around and leave and never blame it." The middle-aged man of the Shinkom Jinzong also said in a deep voice, "Gaifu Supreme, presumably you also know that our Lord Wu Jianxian was one of the princes of Tai Luo Jianzun at that time. Now Tai Luo Jianzong has passed away. Excalibur naturally belongs to my Starry Sword sect." One after another, soft or hard answers. In short, it is to persecute Gav Supreme, to surrender Jian Wushuang, and Tai Luo Excalibur. When Gav Supreme heard the words, a faint smile burst into the corner of his mouth, and his dim eyes narrowed. "Do you think that the old man was seriously injured in that catastrophe that year? So you have decided that the old man will take care of the overall situation, and in order to protect the Temple of Life, he will hand over the Taro Excalibur and the sword unparalleled." As soon as this remark came to an end, the 5 great powers present were slightly changed. And as Supreme Gav said, they really had the intention. Although Gav Supreme is strong, he has already been seriously injured and is about to die. It is just a tiger with a tooth pulled out. It is because of these considerations that they dare to join forces to overwhelm the Palace of Life. Do you think that the old man's recuperation for so many years has long worn away his blood and is unwilling to be an enemy? The voice fell, and Morihan's cold killing intention spread around the center of Gafu Supreme. All of a sudden, the 5 Supremes changed their faces. They only remembered at this time that the Supreme Lord Gav standing in front of them in the battle of the catastrophe of that year, but the knives who have countless extreme gods. Suddenly, they stared at each other with a faint retreat in their hearts. "Gaifu, do you have to risk the world and fight for the sake of being a sword invincible?" Only Pluto, the right guardian of the blood temple, asked coldly. Gafu Supreme heard a sigh of relief and spit out only one word, "Kill." "Huh." Suddenly the words fell. I saw the 4 chief executives standing behind him, all laughing and rising into the sky. At the time of the Holocaust War, I couldn't escape from the world. Only my life shrine fought in all directions. Now dare to threaten my shrine? A sneer from the Heavenly Supreme, a golden bow of God, appeared in his hand. At the next moment, I saw the 10 fingers of the Celestial Supreme resting on the arrow string and pulled it back slightly. A scarlet-lined arrow was automatically placed on the arrow string. Huh. Immediately afterwards, he saw Tenma Supreme release his 5 fingers, and the scarlet arrow suddenly blasted out like a cannonball, directly breaking the void and blasting towards the great sun god Kingdom Master. Damn! The guru's face suddenly became extremely furious. He didn't expect that this life shrine, which always seeks for peace, was so violent for the sword unparalleled that it would hurt the killer without a word. I saw him waving his right hand, and the brush in his hand immediately brushed out Dao Xian Hui, welcoming the scarlet arrow that shot towards him. Huh! A shocking explosion came out. On the other side, the giant axe divine body instantly swelled, turning into an ancient giant with a huge height, holding the heavenly axe, stepping down 1 step directly across 1,000 miles, and splitting towards the right heaven of the Blood Heaven Temple. I want to take away the sword, unparalleled, First, ask the axe in this hand. A sharp axe light, carrying the terrible dark yellow air, fiercely slashed at Pluto's head. The Pluto was not afraid when he saw this, and a humming sound was heard in his mouth. A black iron chain appeared under his right hand, and he flung it down suddenly, like a python swallowing the sun, and drew toward the axe supreme. On the side of the white tiger supreme, I saw him leaping into the sky, arrogant, and the sound of terror spread out in circles. His Majesty's sharp gold and white tiger opened his huge mouth, and countless red thunders gathered in his mouth, turning into a storm of extinction towards the seventh temple owner of the Taishu Temple and the skinny bald old man in a monk robe. Kun Hong goes. Supreme King's face sank, his eyes twinkled, and he didn't dare to relax in any way. The right side of his hand was torn, and the void beside him was torn directly. Immediately, he saw him grabbing a hand from the void and grabbing a black magic knife. Buddha does not hold a knife, but a knife becomes a demon. Kill! A hoarse voice came out of his mouth, and when he stepped on it, he suddenly turned into a black mang and sprinted towards the white tiger supreme. There are many more ordinary supremes who have rushed out to block this void and cut off their back road. The sword unparalleled. It is the middle-aged man who looked at the starry sky sect under the light of a change of eyes. Although this person is more powerful than me, my understanding in kendo is almost the same as mine. Just try this person. If I do and T use the Taro Excalibur, where is the limit? Jian Wushuang made his mind, then stepped on the foot, the black robe rolled, and suddenly turned into a black horizontal thunder between heaven and earth, step by step faster, step by step, towards the middle-aged man of the starry sword sprint away. Wu weeping sword appeared in his hands. Speaking of which, he lost against the Black Hawk Supreme. For a large part of the reason, because of the extermination spear in the hands of the Black Hawk Supreme. So he had no choice but to sacrifice the Taro Excalibur and kill the Black Hawk Supreme. The second beheaded Supreme did not give him the opportunity to deter a war at all, and could only use the Taro Excalibur. Therefore, until now, Jian Wushuang did not know what his true strength was, and what he had reached. This sword is unparalleled. How dare you come to kill me? The middle-aged man of that starry sky sect saw the situation, can't help but laugh for a while. Jian Wushuang, since you are looking for your own way, don't blame me for being rude. The middle-aged man sneered, and there was a killer in his eyes, and a pure white Excalibur appeared in his hands. Jian Wushuang, you die! The middle-aged man stepped hard, and suddenly turned into a sharp white man, splitting towards the sword unparalleled. Next moment, the two were black and white, and they collided fiercely. An astounding sword gas burst out, staring at the stars and swooping in all directions. Chapter 43:24. I saw that in the universe, one black, one white, and two sword-bearing figures were like a comet crashing into the earth. They collided with each other at a very fast speed, agitating endless sword energy. The Wu-crying Excalibur, with no hands, and the sword split on the snow-white Excalibur in the hands of the middle-aged man from the same diagonal, drawing a long string of sparks. Not broken? Is the rule extreme treasure? The middle-aged man shrank his pupils a little. You should know that the white knife sword in his hand is the ultimate treasure of the laws of chaos. He has bred dozens of chaos ages. After the weapon collided with him, he remained safe and sound. The sword is a good sword, but unfortunately people can't match it. It's wasted. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, but he didn't care. He swiped his right hand out fiercely, and the endless divine power poured out instantly, and he flung the sword unparalleled. Wow! Jian Wu's stature receded dozens of feet backwards, his legs in the starry sky, passing through two white marks. It is truly supreme, and it is really strong. Jian Wushuang raised his head, panting slightly, and secretly said, "The difference between me and this ordinary supreme is the quality of divine power. The supreme divine power, unique to the supreme, is far beyond ordinary divine power. It is also supreme, relying on the dependence of the universe." After thinking for a while, Jian Wu's eyes flickered, and he sighed coldly. "Since the qualitative gap cannot be surpassed, use the amount to make up." Huh! Suddenly, a majestic power reached the extreme, gathered in the hands of Jian Wushuang. After Jian Wushuang firmly stabilized the ultimate dominating realm, the strength of the divine power has suddenly reached nearly 30,000 times. Again, Jian Wushuang's black hair flew, and when he stepped, he rushed towards the middle-aged man again. "Open the sky!" Huh! Wu Weeping's sword trembled tens of thousands of times instantly, sending out a burst of devil crying, the voice of the Buddha chanting. The sword was cut out immediately, and it was cut off towards the middle-aged man like a shocking dragon. This sword, Amami, is to the extreme. Boy is daring. The middle-aged man smiled angrily and stepped forward. The white sword in his hand stabbed towards the sword without a pair. Huh! In the hands of the two, the Excalibur was at it again. Before the middle-aged man split the sword Wushuang, he saw that Jian Wushuang had suddenly changed his tactics and once again sneered, "Cut the star." In an instant, thousands of energies condensed in the sword without hands turned into a shocking sword rainbow that was nearly 5,000 feet long, and split again. This sword has a hint of Tao ? The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed for a moment, and the two shenmangs in his eyes soared again. This sun is the ultimate dominating realm. He has realized the level of the Tao, and in one move and one style, he is full of mysterious and obscure feelings. This child is so talented that it is rare in all ages. If it is not removed today, I am afraid that it will be the second Taro Sword Lord. Thoughts flashed in the eyes of the middle-aged man, and then he said in a deep voice, "Swordsmanship, Xing Ha." Huh! The words fell, and I saw by this sword in his hand slamming up a dazzling galaxy, rolling out from the void, and slamming into the silver sword rainbow of Jian Wushuang. This sword is like the overthrow of the heavens and the earth. The galaxy rolls back. The power is terrifying. Countless sharp white swords turned into swallowing dragons, crisscrossing the world, facing the silver sword rainbow of nearly 5,000 feet, circled and rolled away, just like a large python. The bright galaxy is directly entangled with nearly 5,000 feet of silver sword rainbow. Then, Xinghe Jianqi suddenly broke out. Click and wipe. Suddenly, the silver sword rainbow of nearly 5,000 feet shattered. Is this the sword art of the Starry Sword Sect? Jian Wushuang looked up like the sky that hung for 9 days, and the volume of Xinghe turned from the sword's gas was a look of wonder. This Xinghe Jianzong deserves to be known as the top force in the universe with a sword, and this sword is nearing perfection from any angle which is not comparable to him. Jian Wushuang, let's die. Just then, the middle-aged man leaped and sneered, sword unparalleled. Remember, whoever killed you, the 3 Elder Facian of Starry Sword Sect, is also. This sword is called by Yen. Almost just for an instant, this middle-aged man's previous step is still 100 miles away. The next step has appeared in front of the sword without double-sided. The white sword in his hand turned into a blank, leading the roll of the broken star sword rainbow dazzling galaxy, slashing down towards Jian Wushuang. Step forward. Jian Wushuang's face suddenly changed slightly. The sharp sword gas, before it fell, already had the appearance of cracks on the surface of his body. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang loosened Wu Weiss Excalibur with his right hand and drank lowly, "Forever night." Suddenly, Wu Weiss Excalibur disappeared, and countless thick black mist poured from the soles of Jian Wu's feet. and then eroded toward the middle-aged man. The previous sword is unparalleled, and it takes some preparation time to use Yongye's sword. But after he broke through the ultimate dominion and found the original heart of Kendo, using Yongye's sword again is almost instantaneous. Huh! A muffled noise came out, and then I saw these thick black mists dragging the middle-aged man, who was called the Three Elders' Flying Fairy, and dragged the bright galaxy into the kingdom of the night. The elder Fei Xian was gone, replaced by a huge black ball exuding coldness, dullness, and stiffness. Next moment, among the black balls, elders of Fei Xian were angry and roared and roared. Huh! I saw the elder Fei Xian driving Baiji Excalibur, ramming into the black ball, smashing the black ball, roaring. A sharp, sharp sword exploded constantly. Everywhere, Jian Wushuang stared at Yongye Kingdom and had to say that the supreme strength is really beyond imagination. After Xiaocheng Kingdom became small, even the strongest, invincible dominator would fall into it. It's possible to survive. But the three elders of Fei Xian are just the most ordinary supreme, but in just a few breaths of time, they will endanger the kingdom of Yongyi and be about to break. Break this seat. With the erupting roar of the elder Fei Xian, the kingdom of Yongyi can no longer hold on, peeling off piece by piece. Immediately afterwards, I saw that my whole body became dry, and the hair fell off with a large part of elder Fei Xian jumping out. He gasped with a big mouth, staring at Jian Wushuang with a gaze on his face, and his face was iron and blue. The sword is unparalleled. This trick this seat recognizes is the Supreme Knight, sort of Tai Luo Supreme. Say, Tai Luo Jindian, is it in your hands? Jian Wushuang heard the words. There was no panic on his face, and he nodded and calmly replied, Yes, Tai Luo Jindian is indeed in my hands. But what about it? Chapter 43:25. The elder Fei Xian stared at Jian Wushuang. For some reason, there was a rush of jealousy in his heart that he had never noticed. He is jealous of Jian Wushuang's talents, and he finally has the power to fight against the Supreme. He was jealous of the sword Wushuang chants, and he was able to get both the Terra Sword Code and the Terra Magic Sword at the same time. This is a cosmic weapon. He was even more jealous that Jian Wushuang could make the Shrine of Life so sheltered and let the half-footed governance supreme step into the coffin. For him, he was against the forces of the universe. Taking a deep breath, Elder Fei Xian said coldly, Sword is unparalleled. You are not qualified to inherit the mantle of Tai Luo Swordmaster. Terra Sword and Terra Sword Code should not belong to you. They should belong to my Starry Sword sect, to my Fei Xian. Huh. The next moment, the elder Fei Xian patted his right hand, and the white sword was suspended in front of him, and his black hair flew up all over him. Sun Han said, The sword is unparalleled. On the talent of Kendo, this place admits that it is not as good as you. If you break through the supreme realm, this place will turn around when you see you. Unfortunately, if you are not supreme, you will eventually be ants. Crackling. Suddenly, the elder Fei Xian flicked his fingers in the void. Like a pipa, that white sword of the Excalibur suddenly shook violently. I saw that every time he played, the same white jade flying sword was split into the same white jade flying sword. After 7 consecutive shots, that white jade flying sword had been divided into 7 under the control of the elder Fei Xian. Now, like the 7 rainbows that run through the sky and the moon, they are chopped down towards the sword. Star swordsmanship, the 7 great wild slashes. Huh, the distance of 1,000 feet is just around the corner. In just a blink of an eye, these 7 white jade flying swords are like 7 meteors. The sword was unparalleled and did not dare to carelessly. The whole Bodis divine power was flowing wildly, and the dragon's blood secret technique was directly used to burn the divine power. It was fiercely chopped towards the 7 white jade flying swords. Huh! Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's breath soared, and he struck one of them with a white jade flying sword. Come again! Jian Wushuang gave a loud scream, and the fighting in his eyes broke out, soaring directly into the sky. With each sword he slashed, the sword's chi was horrible, and the turbulent turbulence turned the surroundings into a sea of raging fury that filled the world. When the elder Fei Xian saw this, he sneered at the corners of his mouth, 5 fingertips, as if there were invisible silk threads to control the 7 white jade flying swords. Under the change of fingering, the 7 white jade flying swords' offensive changed abruptly, and no longer opened it turned into an angle that was tricky and vicious. In time, Jian Wushuang's response became extremely strenuous. He. Taking advantage of a gap, the elder Fei Xian combined his 5 fingers, and the 7 white jade flying swords suddenly merged into 7, reformed into a white sword, and stabbed in the position of the sword without a pair of chests. Puff! Suddenly, the sword flew backwards without a two-way flight, the body collapsed in the void, and then continued to reorganize. One sword unparalleled defeat. In the distance, some of the Supreme Palace of Life, who was responsible for blocking the rear path, saw the situation and shook his head slightly. Although Jian Wushuang is stronger, it is still a little younger than the top kendo strong in the universe, such as the elders taking off. There is a gap in the quality of divine power, and the result is hard work, which is unwise. Just when they hesitated to go up to help the sword, unparalleled, the sword Wushuang, that quickly flew backwards all the way, but moved backwards suddenly. Soon, a golden light appeared. Fencing dawn. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang disappeared, and between the heavens and the earth, there was only one gold thread, as if the Shenjian that tore the endless night shot at the Fei Xian elder in a forward-looking trend. The thunder roared, and the electric light shone. The void was torn directly, breaking open numerous void fragments. Jian Wushuang is shrouded in the fierce golden light coming across the sun and the moon. This is the second form of Tai Luo Jian, breaking dawn. When the elder Fei Xian saw this, his face changed suddenly, a feeling of palpitations, and he climbed up to his back. For the first time, when he faced the sword unparalleled, a great terror between life and death emerged. Breaking dawn is a sword power that can only be used by the Supreme. How can this be? There were countless fears on his face, and he immediately bit his teeth, and there was a decisive flash in his eyes. You have to come up with a killer. Otherwise, I am afraid that I will become the 3rd Supreme who died under the sword without hands. Immediately, the elder Fijian's eyes flooded with light, and the pupils in his eyes suddenly turned into 2 small swords, slowly opening. I raise Xinghe with my sword. Xinghe sees me like this. Star swordsmanship, star sword, boom. Suddenly, the stars and stars are full of light and masterpieces. Countless channels of power from the deepest part of the stars suddenly rose into the sky, like a meteor turned into bright stars, rushing towards the elders of Fei Xian. This sword moves all the stars in the sky. The power of countless stars came from the laser, continually meeting, densely packed, covering the sky, and converging in the hands of the elder Fei Xian. At this moment, the body of the elder Fei Xian suddenly became transparent and clean, and he was lifted up by the stars as if he had fallen into the center of the vortex and became the master of the stars. Cut! Elder Fei Xian shouted. His expression became a bit distorted. Suddenly, a swordman gathered by the power of countless stars was cut off from the elder Fei Xian. The void was torn directly by this swordman and turned into a sea of chaos. Numerous sword gas rolled up like a dragon as the sky is rolling in the heavens and the earth, a long column of sword air supporting the sky, and the sky is formed. The towering roars turn the clouds and mists of nearly 10,000 miles into powder. The next moment, a great noise came out. This sword was severely chopped on the dawning golden light, transformed by the sword, unparalleled. In a short time, Jian was body shook violently, and the golden daybreak soared light around the whole body was constantly being abraded and cut. In the end, Jian Wushuang's breaking dawn sword was suddenly broken open, and Jian Wushuang was directly split again. Sword unparalleled, go to death with peace of mind. Elder Fei Xian's eyes were low, and he was condensed by the starry sky. He came down to the world and continued to attack Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang stared at Elder Fei Xian closely. His expression was gloomy to the extreme. Almost there. As long as he is stronger. This Elder Fei Xian is not his opponent. He can truly rely on the power of the Terra Excalibur to truly achieve the sword cutting supreme. It's just a pity that it's a little worse after all. When the sword Wushuang considered whether to lift the seal of the supreme sword of Tai Luo to kill the Elder Fei Xian or escape, a white-haired indifferent figure suddenly swept from the edge of the sky. At a speed far faster than the Elder Fei Xian, stepped in front of the sword without double-sided. The next moment, I saw the white-haired indifferent figure slowly raised his hand and grabbed the swordmang that was split by the Elder Fei Xian. Chapter 43, 26 Duel. Threatening? Junior naturally wouldn't dare. The gentle-looking young man called Qian Wu cupped his hands before raising his head. He looked straight at Supreme Martial Artist Gai Fu and said, "This junior is merely stating the facts." Supreme Martial Artist Gai Fu nodded his head and swept his gaze across the others. He then asked indifferently, "You guys have the same intention?" "That's right. If we have no choice, the great Sun Divine Kingdom will never make an enemy of the Divine Palace." The Imperial Advisor flicked the horsetail whisk in his hand and said darkly, "The right protector of the Blood Sky Palace, the Dark King, who had not said a word since the beginning, said coldly, 'Cut the crap. Gai Fu, I'm here on the orders of the Hallmaster. I only want the Tarot Divine Sword and Jian Wushuang. Even if I pick up one of them, I'll turn around and leave. I'll forget about the past." The middle-aged man from the Starry Sky Sword sect also said, "Supreme Master Gai Fu, I'm sure you know that our sect master, the Martial Sword Immortal, was one of the cultivation partners of the Tarot Sword Master. Now that the Tarot Sword Master has passed away, the Tarot Divine Sword naturally belongs to the Starry Sky Sword sect." The soft and hard answers came one after another. In short, they were forcing Supreme Master Gai Fu to hand over Jian Wushuang and the Tarot Divine Sword. Supreme Martial Artist Gai Fu's lips suddenly curled into an inexplicable smile when he heard this. His turbid eyes narrowed as he said, "Do you think that I'll hand over the Tarot Divine Sword and Jian Wushuang to protect the Divine Life Palace because I was seriously injured in the catastrophe?" As soon as he said this, the faces of the supreme beings of the 5 major forces changed slightly. Just as Supreme Master Gai Fu had said, they had indeed planned to do this. Although Supreme Martial Artist Gai Fu was strong, he had long been seriously injured and was on the verge of death. He was just a tiger, without its teeth. It was precisely because of this consideration that they dared to join forces and suppress the Divine Life Palace. Do you think that after so many years of recuperating, I've long worn out my bloodlust and am unwilling to make an enemy of others? As soon as he finished speaking, a cold, killing intent spread out from Supreme Martial Artist Gai Fu. In an instant, the 5 great masters' expressions changed drastically. Only now did they remember that Supreme Master Gai Fu, who was standing in front of them, had killed countless Supreme Divine Realm experts during the Great Catastrophe. Instantly, they looked at each other, and a faint feeling of retreat rose in their hearts. "Gai Fu, are you going to risk universal condemnation and start a war with our forces for a mere Jian Wushuang?" Only the right protector of the Blood Sky Palace, the Dark King, asked coldly. Hearing this, Supreme Martial Artist Gai Fu sighed lightly and only spat out a single word, "Kill." Bang! The moment he finished speaking, the 4 lead disciples standing behind him all laughed and rushed into the sky. During the great catastrophe, all of you hid from the world, and only the divine life palace fought in all directions. Now, you dare to threaten my divine palace? Supreme Heavenly Dipper sneered as a golden divine bow appeared in his hand. In the next moment, Supreme Heavenly Dipper placed his fingers on the bowstring and pulled it back gently. Whoosh! A scarlet arrow covered in divine patterns automatically knocked itself onto the bowstring. Whoosh! Supreme Heavenly Dipper then released his fingers, and the scarlet arrow shot out like a cannonball. It broke through the void and shot toward the Imperial Advisor of the Great Sun Divine Kingdom. Damn it! The Imperial Advisor was extremely shocked and angry. He had not expected that the Divine Life Palace, which had always sought peace, would be so violent and kill Jian Wushuang without any hesitation. With a wave of his right hand, the horsetail whisk in his hand instantly emitted rays of immortal radiance, which met the scarlet arrow that was shooting at him. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion was heard. On the other side, Supreme Giant Axe's divine body expanded instantly and turned into an ancient giant that was tens of thousands of feet tall. He held the sky-splitting divine axe and took a step forward. He crossed tens of thousands of miles and hacked down at the right guardian of Blood Sky Palace, the Nether King. If you want to take Jian Wushuang away, you'll have to ask my axe first. A sharp axe light with terrifying black and yellow chi hacked at the Nether King's head. The Nether King wasn't afraid at all. He snorted coldly and flipped his right hand. A black iron chain appeared in his hand, and he gently threw it toward Supreme Giant Axe like a sun-swallowing python. As for the White Tiger Supreme Martial Artist, he leaped into the sky and roared arrogantly. Terrifying sound waves spread out in circles. The sharp metal white tiger under him opened its huge mouth, and countless red lightning gathered in its mouth, turning into a world-destroying storm. It blasted toward the 7th Hall Master of the Great Void Temple, the skinny bald elder in a monk's robe, Jiao Kun. Supreme Jiao Kun's face sank, and his eyes flickered. He didn't dare to relax in the slightest. He pulled with his right hand, and the void beside him was torn apart. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed a black, demonic blade. If a Buddha did not wield a saber, he would become a devil with a saber. Kill! A hoarse voice came out from his mouth. He took a step forward and turned into a black light, charging toward the White Tiger ruler. There were even more ordinary supreme martial artists who flew out one after another, sealing off the void and cutting off their escape routes. Jian Wushuang's eyes flickered as he looked at the middle-aged man from the Starry Sky Sword sect. Although this person's cultivation is stronger than mine, his comprehension of the way of the sword is almost the same as mine. I can use this person to test my limits if I don't use the Tarot Divine Sword. Jian Wushuang made up his mind. Then he took a step forward, and his black robe fluttered. Suddenly, he turned into a black thunderbolt between heaven and earth. Step by step, he sped up and dashed toward the middle-aged man from the Starry Sky Sword sect. The Wuqi Divine Sword appeared in his hand. Speaking of which, a large part of the reason why he couldn't defeat Black Eagle Ruler was because of the god-slaying spear in his hands. Thus, he had no choice but to use the Tarot Divine Sword to kill Black Eagle Ruler. As for the second supreme martial artist, he didn't give him a chance to fight in a roundabout way. He could only use the Tarot Divine Sword. Therefore, until now, Jian Wushuang still did not know what his real strength was. Jian Wushuang dared to kill me. The middle-aged man from the Starry Sky Sword sect couldn't help but laugh in anger. Jian Wushuang, since you're looking for death, don't blame me for being impolite. The middle-aged man laughed coldly as a murderous look appeared in his eyes. A pure, white divine sword appeared in his hand. Jian Wushuang, go to hell! The middle-aged man took a heavy step forward and turned into a sharp white light, slashing toward Jian Wushuang. The next moment, the two, one black and one white, collided together. An earth-shattering sword chi exploded and swept across the starry sky. Chapter 43:27. Jian Wushuang stepped in, stretched out his hands and rubbed his frosty hair, and smiled. Stupid girl, just stay in the manor. What are you waiting for? Lung Rushuang silently said nothing, but saw Jian Wushuang was all right and a bright smile on his face. Well, go back. Jian Wushuang smiled a little and then talked to them again. After seeing nothing was arranged, he returned to the manor of the sixth mountain with coldness. The palace of life fell into a brief silence. However, it was not quiet for a few days, and the battle at the gate of the life shrine immediately spread out. Suddenly, the whole universe was in an uproar. Countless people were shocked, feeling incredible and unbelievable about what the Palace of Life did. This is too crazy. The life shrine that has always been concerned about peace, this time it has such a big action, killing the 5 forces to send messengers. If it doesn't, it's amazing. Who dares to belittle the shrine of life now? Well, that Gavo is indeed the man who survived the ancient catastrophe, and he has such great courage that he has been fighting against the top 5 strengths in a row. At this moment, countless people's perceptions of the Temple of Life have completely changed. In their previous cognition, the Temple of Life is a hidden world that does not ask about the world and does not fight for it, but it was not until this war that they suddenly realized. Come, once the Life Shrine is angry, what a horror! Countless people praised it, but others also whispered in secret, this Life Shrine is really trying to find a way out. It's true that if the Palace of Life offends only one side of the force, it doesn't matter. Even if it offends both sides of the power, it can be taken over by virtue of the strength of the Palace of Life. But the Palace of Life offends the 5 parties directly, no doubt. Well, don't forget, too, the Taishu Shrine and the old enemy Diwu Shrine, carefully calculated, can be more than 5 forces. I think Supreme is also confused for a moment, even made this stupid decision for a sword unparalleled. Regardless of the overall situation, I think that the Palace of Life will soon be destroyed in the hands of Supreme. Although the talent of Sword Wushuang is high, it is not irreplaceable. For example, it has become the supreme king of 9 calamities. In my opinion, it is no worse than Sword Wushuang. There is absolutely no need to put the Temple of Life in such a place for a Sword Wushuang. At stake, if I am Supreme Gap, I will first hand over Jian Wushuang and Tai Luo Excalibur, and then wait for King Jujia and others to fully grow up, and then try to figure it out. Suddenly, discussions about the Temple of Life came one after another, and rumors began to flow. However, before the storm ended, the Temple of Life once again blew a shocking bomb in the universe. My Life Shrine, declare war on Taishu Temple. My Life Shrine, declare war on the great Sun God Kingdom. My Life Shrine, declare war on the Blood Temple. My Life Shrine, declare war on the Kingdom of Qiyang. My Life Shrine, declare war on Starry Sword Sect. Other forces who want to be enemies with my Life Shrine will also accompany you to the end. On this day, the sound of Gafu Supreme turned into billowing waves, conveying 9 days and 10 places, and shocked the universe. This time, all people are shocked. The Shrine of Life should be 1 enemy and 5. Suddenly, the entire universe was completely crazy. Taishu Temple, the expression of Bingyu extreme, Taiqing, reached the extreme, and anger could not be restrained. And he rushed to the top of his head, making him tremble all over. This time he sent the master of the 7th palace, Jiu Kuan, as the messenger to the Temple of Life. Although he wanted to put pressure on the Temple of Life and surrender the Taro sword and sword unparalleled, he never thought about going to life. Shrine life and death war. Otherwise, he wouldn't just send a master of the Seventh Palace, Jiokuen, to the army directly. As a result, he didn't expect that the Temple of Life even killed Kuen directly, leaving no room for it. It's like slap in the face, fiercely fanned. Okay, declare war on my two virtual temple, right? You are not afraid of the Temple of Life. Why have I been too afraid of the temple? The cold mang flickered in the eyes of Benyu Supreme, and the sound was cold. Come here. Respond to this seat. The battle at the Temple of Life. This seat is due. At the same time, deep in the universe, the great sun god kingdom, the great sun god emperor who created countless legends, also made a battle of papers out of the palace of the 9 dynasties in response to the battle with the Shrine of Life. Immediately afterwards, the top power Qiyong god kingdom built in the endless desert, the Blood Tian Temple, which has always been erratic, has been fighting for a while, except the Starry Sword sect. The other 4 forces all formally issued war books to the Temple of Life, tearing their faces. In a short time, the universe was turbulent, and the wind was rising. In the depths of the stars, a palace suspended above 9 days is calm. The palace is peculiar in shape, built like a divine sword, narrow and sharp, quietly suspended. On the plaque of the palace, the 4 large characters of Starry Sword sect are engraved. The notes are sharp like a silverhook iron painting. Dragons and phoenixes walk around. It makes people feel a sharp, sharp sword coming from just a glance. Look straight. Here is the sword master of the Starry Sword sect, Wu Jianxian. Wu Jianxian is a legend in the entire universe. When he was young, he was expelled from the sect by the Starry Sword sect and has been wandering until he met Tai Luo Sword Emperor. Kendo has been repaired for thousands of miles and has skyrocketed. Finally, he returns in a kingly posture, dominate the Starry Sword sect, and become the strongest sword master in the history of Starry Sword sect. Wu Jiangxian's legend cannot be said for 3 days and 3 nights, but the most eloquent people are sighing Wu Jianxian is the only female sword immortal who has swept the world. At this moment, in the main hall of the Starry Sword sect, a glamorous woman in red, with black hair tied up, 2 strands of black hair hanging from her forehead, and a red armor, sitting on a throne. Her eyebrows were cold, and there was no emotional change on her face. There was a faint red mark between her brows. This person is the first sword respect in the world, Wu Jianxian. She was sitting high on a red sandalwood chair. Under her, 8 elders were standing respectfully. Master Sovereign, isn't Mo Fena's life shrine so provocative? Can I wait to hear? An old man with white hair stepped out and said, Yes, the other 4 top powers are now issuing war books to officially declare war on the Temple of Life. Lord Sovereign, if our Star Sword sect does not respond, would it not let the whole cosmic smile? Master Sovereign, at this moment, there must be no woman's love. Another thin man, dressed in black and wearing a bucket hat, said vaguely. Although the other elders did not speak, the determined application on their faces did not indicate that they meant the same thing as the black-clad man. Wu Jiangxian's expression was as plain as water. His eyes slowly swept from the face of the 8 elders, and finally he said, This sovereign has decided that he will not fight with the Temple of Life, so don't waste your lips. After speaking, Wu Jianxian stood up and walked out of the hall. Chapter 43:28. After Wu Jianxian left, there were many whispered discussions in the main hall of the Starry Sword sect. Benevolence is not in power. Although the Lord Sovereign is strong, he is too kind after all and is not decisive enough. That's right, that's the case for women. After all, it's less male. Well, now the Temple of Life has blatantly provoked us, And we ended up silent. Didn't it make the whole universe laugh? Several elders whispered, shaking their heads and sighing and discussing. Among the crowd, the only thin man wearing Duel, wearing black, with very thin lips, said nothing. He raised his head to look at Wu Jiangxian's back, and a sneer was drawn from the corner of his mouth. Xingkong Jianzong, the Lord's dormitory. Wu Jianxian sat on a bench with her eyes closed, Jian Qing Chan standing behind her, gently rubbing her temples for her. Master, do you have any troubles? Jian Shiqing Chan said quietly. Wu Jianxian opened his eyes when he heard the words, and there was a hint of exhaustion in his eyes, and he said, Qing Chan, you are with me, not an outsider. You say, what does it mean that the elder Ji Chan Chan constantly contradicts the lead singer of this ancestor? Jian Shiqing Chan thought for a moment. A flash of hesitation flashed on his face, and finally bit his teeth. Master Zong, depending on the younger, Elder Zhou Chan doesn't see your woman's home, and wants to force the palace to usurp him. After she finished speaking, when she saw Wu Jianxian didn't speak, she continued to say, Master Sovereign, little courage to say something. You don't know, the elder Zhou Chan has been saying in the Zong how you are not, and now Zong there are many disciples within you who are very critical of you, waiting for you to show your strength and restore your reputation in the battle against the Temple of Life. Wu Jianxian frowned, heard the words, and waved. Okay, this lord knows you can step back. Master Sovereign, now it's time to fight against the Shrine of Life. It's your best to increase your reputation. Jian Shiqing Chan wanted to say more, and saw Wu Jianxian let go and gave her an expressionless look, and said, I said just to step down. Didn't you hear? When the sword-serving green cicada saw this, her heart suddenly became cold, knowing that she was getting worse, and she quickly lowered her head and said humbly, the Lord, please take a good rest, and the younger will retire. After that, Jian Shiqing Chan left. After she left, there was a moment of silence in the hall. Wu Jianxian stood up from the bench, walked in front of the bar window, and looked down at the unknown place of the starry sky with a hand, and there was a touch of complexity in her eyes. Why didn't she understand what everyone said in the hall today, and what Jian Shiqing Chan said just now? However, there was only one small toad. She didn't take it seriously. Taro, that sword can only get Taro Excalibur and Taro Sword Code. It is also half of your mantra. Wanna come? You must recognize him, right? Wu, Jianxian murmured. Inside the Temple of Life. As the Shrine of Life declared war on the 5 major forces, there was a storm in the universe, but in the Shrine of Life, there was abnormal peace. Jian Wushuang and Lung Rushuang didn't get along for a long time, so they started a new round of retreat. Jian Wushuang knows that everything now is just the beginning. Only when he becomes stronger can he protect himself in the face of the next storm. What is that? Jian Wushuang lowered his head to look at the palm of his hand, where a strip of road converged densely like a mountain range, rolling over and over, finally converging into a complete palm print. Everyone's palm print is different, so everyone understands the same way. Tao, don't ask, don't hear, don't follow, you can't find. Even if I consult the Supreme of Bloodwave, he can't say one thing. He can only comprehend by himself. The Tao can only be created by yourself. Jian Wushuang murmured to himself. He knew that once he truly realized the Tao, it would be his chance to break through the supreme divine realm. After a long time, Jian Wushuang sighed lightly, wanting to comprehend that staying in the Temple of Life and Enlightenment there is no role at all, only to go out to see the mountains and the sea, watch the tide ebb and flow, east-facing Flint, and experience the cool world. Only 100 human beings have the opportunity to truly understand the Taoism. It seems it's time to go out for a walk. At the same time, in the far north of the universe, in the dead star domain, one of the 9 taboos. Hey, a faint beam of yellow light suddenly penetrated the endless nebula and mist, spreading out from the inside to form a long cosmic passage. Immediately, I saw a terrifying cosmic warship slowly moving out of this dead star field. The shape of this space battleship is extremely horrible. It is actually composed of a keel of dragon bones, like a bone dragon, which traverses the starry sky. 1, 2, 3. 9-bone dragon battleships sail out of the dead stars. They were juxtaposed, and the momentum immediately swept across 9 days and 10 places. In an instant, within 1,000,000 miles, countless bite-eating beasts wandering in the fissures of the void shivered, as if they saw the ancestor of the king, whispered in a low voice show court service. At this moment, on the deck in the middle of the 9-bone dragon battleships, the master of the Diwu temple, Black Feather, stood side by side with a young man wearing black armor. The evil-looking young man's eyes were faintly golden. On both sides of his skull, 2 rounded and branched antlers were born. His cultivation is much lower than the master of Diwu temple, but the coercion emitted from the inside out is not inferior to the master of Diwu temple. If Jian Wushuang is here, he will recognize that this evil young man is actually the dragon enforcer Longjiu, who used to be in the Xingkong ancient road. Longjiu, now, the Temple of Life is surrounded by enemies in all directions, which is our best shot. We take this opportunity to kill the Temple of Life unexpectedly. The master of Diwu Temple looked at the dragon law enforcer Longjiu side by side and said with a smile. Longjiu heard no expression and said coldly, "Why do our dragons need to be surprised?" After that, Longjiu waved. "Let's go, the Temple of Life. Rumble." Suddenly, 9 keel warships slowly sailed away from the far north. On this day, a sound like a decree sounded in the starry sky of the entire universe. Xian, the sword of life Jingu sword, is unparalleled, and wantonly slays the people of the Wulong tribe, and confess his death. The shrine of life, as its gate teaches Wufang, and commits the crime of default. He surrenders the sword without a pair of skulls within 3 days, at the same time acknowledges the default to the entire universe, and apologizes to the dragons. If not, after 15 days, the dragons will personally come to the door and set foot on the Temple of Life, to serve the purpose. This sound emanated from the dead star field in one of the 9 forbidden places in the extreme north of the universe, and then exploded in the starry sky of the entire universe. The entire universe is horrified and horrified. Hundreds of dragons who have not been born in the chaos period are born. Chapter 43:29, The Dragon Race is Born. This news is like dropping a bomb on a calm lake, and the whole universe is boiling and setting off thousands of waves. The dragon race is one of the most powerful races in the entire universe. It is rumored that at the beginning of the universe, when the world was still chaotic, countless chaotic spirits were interdependent. One of them was particularly overbearing. After devouring countless spirits, it gave birth to spiritual wisdom and shaped the flesh. This is the first dragon in the world, also known as Zulong. The ancestor dragon is the head of the Wanlong. The current dragon family is after the ancestor dragon. If the ancestor dragon had fallen in that catastrophe that year, the current dragons would still be the masters of the universe. Of course, although the ancestor dragons have fallen, they have the 2nd and 3rd generations of dragons, and their strength cannot be underestimated. Their heritage, far from being comparable to some top forces. Dragon race, Life Shrine cannot resist. At the same time, Temple of Life, Supreme Temple, Gav, Supreme sat in the first place, expressionless. Several other Supremes stood under him with extremely ugly expressions. They did not expect that when they declared war on the 5 major forces, the dragons were born at this time, and the goal was directed at Jian Wushuang. The atmosphere fell into a dignity like never before. The word long is like a big mountain, and it is overwhelmingly heavy in the hearts of everyone. Gaifu Supreme, we are not afraid of the five forces. We can fight one another. But with a dragon, how should we deal with it? Baihu Supreme said in a deep voice. Even if he had always been violent, at this moment, the warfare in his eyes had disappeared. No one knows how long the Dragon Clan, which has been living for a long time, has been living for thousands of years in the hidden world. The strength of the dragons alone was far from being able to resist in the Shrine of Life that year. Yeah, Lord Gav, once the dragons come to the door, what can we resist in the Temple of Life? Another ordinary face with a long face said. His voice was full of anxiety. Gav, Supreme, did not speak, but lowered his eyes. His eyes were opaque. Master Gafu, the dragons were born, and they went to the shrine. Once we deal with it a little carelessly, it will bring us to the Shrine of Life. The long-faced Supreme stepped forward and continued. After speaking, he glanced at the sword Wushuang, standing at the end of the temple, and sighed. Master Gafu, the fate of Jian Wushuang is fate, but the fate of other shrine disciples is also fate. Do you want to put the lives of other thousands of life shrines at risk for one sword? In this sentence, although he didn't point out what it means to cover the Supreme, which one is the dull one present? How can you not hear the meaning of this long-faced Supreme statement? To put it bluntly, there are only two ways before the Palace of Life. Or, as the dragon said, kill Jian Wushuang, hand in Jian Wushuang's head, and then apologize openly to the whole universe. Either it is for the sword unparalleled, the negative stubborn resistance. The other Supreme heard all the words in silence, bowed their heads, and said nothing. Even if they have always loved Jian Wushuang, Bloodwave Supreme, and Giant Axe Supreme, they opened their mouths to say what they wanted to say, and they were forcibly swallowed again. They love the swords, yes, but they are the chief and supremacy of the Palace of Life, and the whole Palace of Life is on their shoulders. Jian Wushuang stood at the end of the temple and looked at the silent people in the audience, and his heart was determined. He is responsible for everything that is happening now, so he is responsible for it. His sword is unparalleled. He is never a greedy for fear of death. He needs someone else to protect him. Life Shrine has done enough for him. He can't drag the Life Shrine to an endless place because of himself. Extreme Gav. Extremism, Qingya said yes. Hand me over. You can be me. In exchange for the safety of the Palace of Life, my sword is unparalleled. Sword stepped out, looked up, and said to Gafu, Supreme. Wow. Everyone looked back, looking at Jian Wushuang, and found that Jian Wushuang had a calm expression, clear eyes, and no intention of falsification. The long-faced man who had been called Qing looked supreme and arched his hand toward Jian Wushuang, sighing softly. Sword Wushuang, don't resent this seat. This seat was just helpless. Jian Wushuang smiled at him, nodded, and gestured to understand. Gav Extreme raised his head slowly. His eyes glanced across the faces of the temple. Even though his state of mind has not changed for many years, there is a wave of waves at this moment. Sword unparalleled. He spoke indifferently. The sword has no double-arched hands. He knows that it is time for him to die. Do you really want to sacrifice yourself to preserve the Temple of Life? Gafu Supreme raised his eyes and looked at Jian Wushuang's face. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded his head in reply. When everyone saw this situation, they all understood that it seemed that Supreme Lord Gap had already made a decision and planned to sacrifice the sword unparalleled. Somehow, when everyone sighed for a long time, they felt inexplicably blocked. Want to come? Jian Wushuang, who was personally executed by his elder Zongman, must be uncomfortable in his heart. Supreme Gap nodded, just about to speak, and saw Supreme bite his teeth, as if he had made a decision, took the lead to say, Extreme Gap, I was personally introduced by Jian Wushuang, and I promised him to protect him for the first time in Chang'an. Now I want to watch him die. Sorry, I can't do it." Taking a deep breath, Supremex went on to say, "Extreme Gav, the talent of this seat has come to an end. I'm afraid that he can only come to this step in his life. Basically, there is no possibility of breakthrough, but Sword Unparalleled is the most talented person since the birth of my life shrine. As long as he is there to give him time to grow up, I believe that he will surely push the life shrine to an unprecedented glory. Therefore, this seat is willing to die for Sword Wushuang." As soon as the sentence came out, the audience was moved. They did not expect that the Supreme Master of Blood would take Jian Wushuang to this point. Only the Great Axe Supreme knows Bloodwave Supreme has never received any disciples since his lifetime, and he has long seen Sword Unparalleled in his heart. Supreme Blood, Jian Wushuang's heart was moved for a while. His nose was sour. His sword is unparalleled. How can he make a top and Supreme Grand, willing to die for him? Just then, Gav Supreme suddenly said, "When did the old man say, 'Let Jian Wushuang die'?" As soon as this remark was made, everyone in the audience couldn't help looking at each other and wondering, what does this mean? Chapter 43:30, looking at the doubtful eyes of everyone. Gafu Supreme said slowly, "Since the palace of our life has been established by the Lord of the Palace, the disciples in the palace can fight to death. If today, we will execute the sword without a pair of swords. If we encounter this kind of thing again in the future, do we have to execute other disciples to please other forces to protect the temple?" As soon as this remark came out, everyone was in the heart. "Master Gafu, you are right. If not, who of us wants to see Jian Wushuang die?" The Qingying Supreme raised his head and looked at Gafu Supreme. At the same time, he sighed in his heart, since he didn't want to be a wicked, then he would let him be the wicked. Gavo gave him a glance and said, "When did I say this? Is there no way?" After speaking, Gafu Supreme turned his eyes and looked at Jian Wushuang. Shen said, "Jian Wushuang, you listen well. From today on, you are no longer a disciple of my life. This seat deprives you of your status as a disciple of the Palace of Life. You are only allowed to leave the Palace of Life today. You must not stay. You understand?" When it comes to the last sentence, Supreme Gav has already used a bit of power, like Huang Zhongda Lu ringing, deafening feedback. The words came as a shock. "Gov Supreme, Jian Wushuang's expression flickered, and he was about to speak. Seeing that Gafu Supreme's face sank, he scolded, "Don't you understand the words of this seat? From now on, you will no longer be a disciple of my life. And leave quickly." Looking at the cold and scowling expression of Gafu Supreme, Jian Wushuang's heart swayed for a while, and a warmth surged in his heart. He was not a fool, and what he meant by Supreme Gav he knew well. However, once they leave, will the dragons really easily let go of the Temple of Life? "Go out." Gav Supreme shook his sleeves. A soft but powerful force waved out, knocking the sword Wushuang from the Supreme Temple. Jian Wushuang hit the ground outside the temple fiercely. He struggled to stand up from the ground. His eyes turned to the Supreme Temple. His fists clenched involuntarily, and his nails fell deeply into the flesh. The next moment, Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, resolutely turned, and swept away towards the sixth mountain. Inside the Supreme Temple, after Jian Wushuang left, the hall became silent. Everyone didn't speak, but the blood was supreme and a smile appeared in his heart. "Just leave, just leave." Extreme Gav, Jian Wushuang is gone. Then what shall we do? Qing Supreme took a deep breath. Shun said, Gav Supreme's severe expression had been alleviated. He glanced at Qing Qing supremely and said calmly, "Qing Yan, it seems that after so many years of rest and recuperation, you have already worn away your blood. Only then did you just hear the word dragon, and you were frightened. Gov Supreme, Qing Ying Supreme heard the words. His face suddenly changed slightly, and when he was about to speak, he saw that Gawaf waved his hand. Well, no need to say any more. Although the dragon race is strong, what about it? Now, Jian Wushuang is not a disciple of my life shrine and has been expelled. If the dragon race wants to find trouble for him, he will go to the universe to find him, and my life, what does the palace have to do? Moreover, Gavri glanced over everyone's face, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. There was a sharp sense of sharpness on that old-modeled face. The lord of the palace disappeared that year. Do you really think that the lord of the lord did not leave a few moves after the move? The words fell. Everyone in the room was shocked. Everyone said, "No more." The sixth mountain, the manor where Jian Wushuang is located. Jian Wushuang stepped heavily into the compartment. "Fujun, are you okay?" Lung Rushuang seemed to have heard any news. When Jian Wushuang walked in, he quickly got up and asked anxiously, "I'm fine." Jian Wushuang shook his head, then took a deep breath, and said, "Frosty, pack up and we leave here." "It is good." Lung Rushuang did not ask why she was in a hurry to leave. She has always been this character. As long as Jian Wushuang made the decision, she would not ask more. After a moment, Jian Wushuang put the cold as frost into the Fengshan monument and was going to leave. Walking in front of the gate of the Temple of Life, Jian Wushuang looked back. In the Temple of Life, many disciples looked at him with complex eyes, and their emotions were difficult to understand. "I will definitely come back, definitely." Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed, and there was a determination in his eyes. Just as Jian Wushuang was about to leave, suddenly a stream of light burst towards him. The streamer fell, revealing the bloodshot supreme figure. He came to see him off. "Extreme blood in the hall today." Jian Wushuang arched his hand at him. After waiting for Jian Wushuang to finish, Sun Bo Sun waved his hand and smiled slightly. "You and me, no need to say this." After a moment of pause, Bloodwave Supreme said, "Jian Wushuang, if you go by this way, you are afraid of the dangerous frontier. You must be extremely careful. It is best to change your name and change your appearance." Jian Wushuang heard the words, nodded, and said, "I understand." Bloodwave Supreme said, turned over with his right hand, took out a scarlet jade card, and said, "Jian Wushuang, this jade card has my 3-strike power. Please carefully close it. Ruah. If you really encounter a life and death crisis, the 3-strike force in this jade brand wants to save your life." Jian Wushuang is not an arrogant person, and when Yen took down this jade card and nodded hard toward the Supreme of Blood, all words of thanks, no need to say more, are in my heart. Seeing a slight smile, Bloodwave Supreme continued and said, "Take care of yourself when you go. By the way, Supreme Lord gave me a message for you. No matter what, your sword Wushuang will always be a disciple of my life." After a moment of pause, Bloodwave Supreme laughed. "There are 9 kings of calamity. Let me also tell you, don't die. He is waiting for you at the universe race. He also wants to try Dragon Slay is what a taste." Jian Wushuang heard the words. His heart was moved for a while, and a lot of pride was poured out. "Extreme blood. Rest assured, I will not die." "Okay, that sword is unparalleled. We will meet again in the future." Bloodwave Supreme patted Jian Wushuang's shoulder farewell to Jian Wushuang. "Then I'm gone. Supreme Blood, you take care." The sword Wushuang strode away. He took the cold as frost, turned into a streamer, blasted towards the vast, starry sky far away. "I went today, regardless of the deadline, no matter the way back." He will be alone again, facing the sea of stars. Far away, the Temple of Life has turned into a small black spot, thousands of miles away. Jian Wushuang turned his head, took a deep look at the Palace of Life and Supreme Blood, and said in a silent voice, "Meet again." Chapter 43:31. In the vast sky, a cosmic boat is quickly leaving the center. Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged in the universe, looking through the black light mirror, watching the spacecraft constantly moving from bustling to deserted. The previous spacecraft, Jian Wushuang, is no longer in use. This spacecraft was obtained from the ring of Qianquan after he did not know who was killed when he was on the ancient road of the starry sky. "Frost, the 5 planets are in front. Let's rest there," Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. Sitting as cold as frost, he nodded after hearing the words and said, "Okay." The 5 planetary domains, among the universe of thousands of star domains, can only be regarded as a very ordinary star domain, and the person with the highest strength in the star domain is just the ultimate dominator. Jian Wushuang fled this way, choosing mostly star fields like the 5 planetary domains. A few hours later, a pale blue sea of stars appeared in front of the sword without double sides, which was the 5 planetary domain. Arrived. Jian Wushuang stopped the spacecraft, and with a big wave of his hand, his appearance changed a little. I saw that he had a round beard on his handsome and cold face. His eyes became a little deeper, and his face became a bit more square, although there were not many changes in the facial features. Whoever stood at this moment in front of him, it is absolutely impossible to recognize the slightly rough client in front of him as a sword unparalleled. It's not over yet. Jian Wu's eyes flickered, and he saw that his relatively thin figure had grown taller as well. At first glance, whereas the half-shadow of Jian Wushuang before, it is clearly a cosmic wave rover who has walked the universe for many years. "Fujun, you can't even recognize me in this dress." Lung Rushuang glanced at Jian Wushuang, covering his mouth and urging a narrow smile. Jian Wushuang heard a cold, frosty look and said, "This journey is extremely dangerous, so we must cover it up." Lung Rushuang heard a sneer and smirked. His right hand also waved, and his appearance suddenly changed. I saw a few fine lines on her original beautiful face. The purple fringed dress on her body was also transformed into a red dress with a sharp chin and a strong Joan nose. The indignant air that can't eat the fireworks on the earth has a little more heroic female spirit. The two stood together, and it was like a couple marching together in the universe. The sword was unparalleled and nodded with satisfaction. He waved his right hand, closed the spacecraft, twisted his neck, and walked towards the 5 planetary field as cold as frost. The largest city in the 5 planetary domain is named Wuxingcheng, named after the 5 elements Shenzong, the strongest force in the 5 planetary domain. There are 4 major families under it, which are jointly responsible for the 5 elements. Jian Wushuang put the Wu weapon sword into the ring of Qianquan. After the Tai Luo divine sword was covered with the supreme seal, the seal was more effective than the Shen divine seal. No breath was revealed at all. For the sake of insurance, Jian Wushuang was again in Tai. There is a layer of rust on the sword of Luo Xinjian. No one can see it at this moment. This iron sword with an ordinary and rusty texture will be the Taro sword that has set off a reign in the universe recently. Jian Wushuang wore a large black robe, hid the Tai Luo Excalibur under the black robe, and walked into the 5 elements city step by step as cold as frost. The guardian soldiers of the 5 element city are 2 monks who have entered the first level to dominate the realm. When they saw Jian Wushuang and Long Rushuang coming, they suddenly stopped with the halberds in their hands and asked expressionlessly, 2 people newcomers to the 5 elements city all need to register their identity information. May I ask how the 2 names are? Jian Wushuang and Lung Rushuang heard the words, looked at each other, and then faintly replied, "The sword is not abandoned, and the second series dominates." Ling Ruqing, the first level dominates. After the two have spoken, they will suppress the cultivation to the second and first series to dominate the realm, exhaling breath. After hearing the words, the two defending soldiers nodded, and after slightly sensing the breath of Jian Wushuang and the coldness, they registered the name and let it go. There were no twists and turns. Jian Wushuang is now re-entering the universe. Naturally, he can no longer use the original name. Even the blood sword and swordsman he used, naturally, he will no longer use it for the sake of insurance. As cold as frost as his wife, in order to avoid people searching for swords and swords, he also used a pseudonym. In the Five Elements City, it is quite lively. After all, it is not too far away from the prosperous area of the universe. The streets in the city are crowded with people and bustle. Divine power is transformed into divine knowledge, spreading out overwhelmingly, covering the entire 5 planetary domain. Under his induction, the strongest in the 5 planetary domains are just a few top ultimate dominators. Most of them are, as he showed, most of the 1st to 5th dominated. Quietly withdrawing the divine power, Jian Wushuang lowered his head, pulled the wide black robe hood, covered most of his face, barely exposed his chin, and walked towards a restaurant. This time leaving the Temple of Life, Jian Wushuang didn't know where to go. He only knew that he had to see the millions of scenery in the world, to see the joys and sorrows of the world, and love and hatred avenue to Jane. Perhaps when he truly understood the universe, it was when he realized the avenue and broke through the supreme. Entering the restaurant, it was filled with high friends, filled with people from various star domains. They sat together and talked to each other about the recent events in the universe. Jian Wushuang's expression was dull, and he sat next to the window as cold as frost, asked for a pot of spirit wine, and gently simmered. "Did you hear? Dragon warships are almost at the Temple of Life." "What? It's only been a few days. How could the dragons be so fast?" "Well, how can the dragons spend their lives as ordinary people? I just don't know how to deal with the Temple of Life. As far as I guess, until now, the Palace of Life has been reluctant to surrender sword unparalleled for fear it will be difficult. Just let me say, Jian Wushuang is an evil star, and the Temple of Life stands tens of thousands of chaos ages. As a result, Jian Wushuang is the only one who has made enemies on all sides and offended the dragons, causing such a disaster. That's right. What is the first genius of the universe? If the supreme masters who have the Temple of Life kept swordsman's sword, it is estimated that he would have died too long. Ha ha ha, Your Excellency, Jian Wushuang is just relying on the Tai Luo divine sword. It is estimated that the real combat power is not as high as mine. If I have the Tai Luo divine sword, it will definitely be 10 million times stronger than Jian Wushuang. There was a sound of discussion, one after another. Everyone in the restaurant was discussing the birth of the dragons and the sword unparalleled. When almost everyone talked about Jian Wushuang, their tone was full of glee and joy. This is true of the human heart, only to see that others are worse than themselves and that others are not better than themselves. I don't like sending charcoal in the snow. I love falling down the rocks alone. Chapter 43:32. Where could Lung Rushuang hear his husband? As others said, there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. When he wanted to say a few words, he saw Jian Wushuang stretch out his hand and pat it on the back of her hand. Anyway, Jian Wushuang lowered his glass and shook his head. Fujun, but they say you so. Lung Rushuang frowned. Before she finished speaking, Jian Wushuang smiled slightly and said, "There are tens of thousands of rumors in the world. What do you think of it? It is enough to be good. Well, take a break for a moment or two, and let's leave. Lung Rushuang heard the words and thought for a while, then spread his face and smiled, and said, "Everything is right." A moment later, when Jian Wushuang and Lung Rushuang planned to leave, an evil young man wearing a genie and holding a folding fan and dressed as a rich man stepped into the restaurant. He first looked at the restaurant full of frowns, and his eyebrows frowned slightly, then his eyes turned, and he saw the cold frost sitting at the window, with He Jian Wushuang. A flash of light suddenly appeared in his eyes, and a smile appeared in the corner of his mouth. Towards the two people, "The position is full here. Let's squeeze a place together. Don't you mind?" The evil young man opened the folding fan and shook it, smiling slightly. Jian Wushuang and Lung Rushuang heard the words. His brows could not help but wrinkle, and he said, "You can sit here by yourself. We will go now." After that, Jian Wushuang and Frost were going to leave. The two left the Temple of Life to avoid the pursuit of the dragons, and they did not want to cause more trouble. Slow. Just then, the evil young man reached out and grabbed the frosty wrist, smiling. "I think the two are born. They should have just come to the 5 planets domain, right? I want to come, and the two do not know the 5 planets domain, so I just sat down and talked together." After speaking, he seemed to have forgotten something and patted his head. "Yes, I almost forgot to introduce him. Master Xia is dominated by Shuanghe, the chief elder of the 5 Elements sect, and he is also my father." Having said that, the folding fan in his hand was opened, and the fan was fanned in front of his chest. However, he didn't notice that the coldness of Frost had already become so cold when this man grabbed his wrist. She said coldly, "Open." As soon as the remarks came down, the temperature of the entire restaurant dropped by dozens of degrees, suddenly like a chilly cold wind, and the evil young man stiffened and then unconsciously let go of his hand. Lung Rushuang stepped back to Jian Wushuang. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's smile on his face had completely converged, and the killing in his eyes flashed away. This time, he intends to act low-key, but it does not mean that even his beloved wife can be indifferent to being bullied by others. The evil charm young man gradually recovered after a moment of distraction. As if I realized that the woman in front of me was just a fright, I lost my face and immediately sneered at the table. "2, don't toast without eating or drinking," snapped. As soon as he clapped his hands, for a while, 7 or 8 fifth-ranking masters rushed in, first glancing at Jian Wushuang with a bad look, and then arched toward the evil young man. "My son." The evil young man heard the words, closed the fan in his hand, squinted his eyes, and said, "Surround them." "Yes." Wow. Suddenly, this group of fifth-ranking masters spread out, enclosing Jian Wushuang and the cold as frost, blocking the back path of Jian Wushuang. Seeing this, the drinkers suddenly shrank their pupils, looking at Xiang Zhenshuang and the cold, frosty eyes, full of sympathy, shaking his head. Well, these two people provoked the largest second ancestor in these 5 planetary domains, but I'm afraid it will be difficult today. In these 5 planetary domains, the 5 Elements God sect is the only one, and this person is also the elder of the 5 Elements God sect. He has always been much favored. In these 5 elements, he has done a lot of ridiculous deeds. These two people provoked him. You're in big trouble. Yeah, it would be okay if the two were strong. The result is only one who dominates the first series and the second series. I'm afraid it is impossible to escape the clutches of the second ancestor. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. The sword had no expression on both sides, looking at the evil young man, said calmly, "I only give you one chance, let it go now." When the evil young man heard the words, he was not afraid, but there was a look of interest on his face, and he replied, "Give me only one chance." "Then you listen, my son only gave you one chance. You are now out of the 5 planets area by yourself, leaving the couple around you. This son can still not blame otherwise. Before he finished, Jian Wushuang had already pointed his finger towards his brows. You have no chance. When the surrounding 5th-level masters saw the situation, they didn't care at all. In their view, the sword is unparalleled, but the 2nd-level masters dominated, and this evil young man has already had the 4th-level masters as the sword. Wushuang is just the 2nd-level master, purely insulting himself. However, the evil young man with a playful smile on his face was frozen solidly. At this moment, he seemed to see the image of the destruction of the world, and his eyes were astonished like ghosts. An indescribable terror struck him. This great horror he had never felt in his father Shuanghe Lord, even the Lord of the 5 Elements God sect. Far worse than that. He wanted to speak, but like a big invisible hand, choked his throat. His face flushed red, but he could not spit out a word. Next moment, Jian Wushuang's fingertips stopped at his eyebrow at a distance of 3 inches. However, a more terrifying and weird scene appeared, and there was no sound, but the evil young man was from head to toe, silent, and directly turned into the most empty nothingness. After only half a break, the evil young man was destroyed. Suddenly, the entire restaurant opened his mouth wide, his eyes dumbfounded, and turned into a dead silence. The masters of the 5th rank stared at Jian Wushuang in astonishment, speechless. It wasn't until a long time ago that he saw a 5th-level master, and he reached out his hand and tremblingly pointed at the sword Wushuang, and he did not dare to make a channel. You actually killed the only son of Elder Shuanghe? You're dead. And the 2 people gathered by countless horror eyes, whether it was Jian Wushuang or cold as frost, looked as usual. They couldn't bear a wave in their hearts, as if they had just done a trivial matter. A message was conveyed to the 5 Elements Shinzong in the center of the 5 Elements city at an extremely rapid rate, and at the same time, deep in the universe, outside the Palace of Life. 1, 2, 3. 9 dragon warships sailed slowly towards the Temple of Life. In the end, the 9 dragon-shaped warships, exuding terrifying coercion, quietly hovered in front of the gate of the Temple of Life. The majesty swept across the starry sky, slamming the quartet like a stormy sea, smashing nearly 10,000 miles around, crushing them all, and setting off numerous space storms. Here comes the dragon. Chapter 43:33. When the dragon army came outside the Palace of Life, the entire universe was boiling, and they did not want to miss this shocking battle, and rushed to the battle of the appearance of the Palace of Life. Everyone looked at the 9-bone dragon battleships that struck the starry sky from afar. They were all trembled in their hearts, shocked by the coercion of the dragons that day. Especially on the bone dragon battleship, the black muzzle formed by the dragon's mouth was even more chilling. This is the dragon race. The dragons are really great, just these 9 space battleships, each with a supreme blow. The rank of the rank has reached the limit of the universe law, and because this is the reason for the space battleship, in terms of value, we must far beyond the limits of other cosmic laws. It is impossible to estimate. You say, how many generations will the dragons come over this time? This is hard to say, but based on my guess, I want to face the Temple of Life. How can I get the 4th generation of dragons? The Temple of Life, countless monks who came from all directions, began to discuss. They know that if there is a problem with the Shrine of Life today, they will be destroyed by fear. 9 dragon warships were quietly suspended outside the Temple of Life, and did not rush to shoot, as if they were giving the Temple of Life the last chance. The Temple of Life, inside the Supreme Temple, the hall full of Supreme, all stand upright. Extreme Gav, the dragons are here. Blood Wave, Supreme, stood on the side of Gafu Supreme, and said softly. Gav Supreme sat in the first position, eyes closed slightly, and the fingers of his right hand gently rubbed the seat armrests. Hearing that, he slowly opened his eyes, and his old and dim eyes were gray, and he could not see the slightest emotion. "Let's go and meet the dragons." The words fell, and Gaver stood up and walked towards the Temple of Life. The other four Supreme Masters, as well as other Supreme Masters such as King of the Ninth Calamity, followed without a word. Today's incident, there is no bottom in everyone's heart. Even they are ready to die. Alas! With a soft ring, dozens of figures, including Supreme Gap, appeared in the void outside the Palace of Life. Immediately, there was a commotion in the crowd. Here comes the person from the Temple of Life. The show is about to begin. Look at it, there is no sword without a match. The discussion sounded loudly, and Gawaf didn't manage it. Even the master of the Diwu shrine on the deck, and Long Jiu, the law enforcer of Dragon Clan, did not manage it, but looked straight towards the middle dragon warship. Looking around, he said slightly, "Guests come to the door. I'll wait for a miss." In the middle of the dragon warship, there was a moment of silence. Immediately, I heard a deep, hoarse sound, like a sound of iron and stone, sounded from the space warship in the middle. "Gav, how about a sword without two?" The voice fell, clearly not using any power, but it sounded in everyone's heart at the same time. Hearing this voice, the four chief executives behind Gaffa Supreme had their pupils shrunk. This voice is familiar to anyone who has experienced the battle of that catastrophe. Unexpectedly, this time the dragon family even sent him out. Thinking of this, the presence of the Supreme was sinking in my heart. Gav supremely replied, "Dragon, it is not my Palace of Life that is unwilling to surrender Jian Wushuang, but Jian Wushuang escaped from the Palace of Life that day when we were not aware of it. We, the Temple of Life, are also looking for sword unparalleled." Escape. The voice that had spoken before had not spoken. I saw the dragon ruler Long Jiu. His eyes narrowed and said sneerly, "If you have so many divine beings in your life, you won't be able to see a sword unparalleled. Let him run away. You can just lie to the kids. If you use this kind of crap to lie to us dragons?" Gav, I tell you, if your Shrine of Life can't deliver the sword unparalleled today, then be prepared for the whole life shrine to be buried for the sword unparalleled. After speaking, he stood up against his hands, his chest was upright, and he was endlessly overbearing and proud. Although he has only ordinary supreme practice, he is not afraid of facing Gap. "Little guy, are you threatening the old man?" Gab's supremely cloudy eyes flashed a faint light, indifferent to his mouth. The law enforcer Long Jiu heard that, and his face was even more sneer, but he was not afraid to ask back, "What about threatening you?" "Huh." After waiting for him to speak, Gafu Supreme sighed and reached out to the Dragon 9 and kept pointing. "If your ancestors came to say this to the husband, but a fifth-generation bloodline dragon tribe of yours, would you dare to threaten the husband?" Suddenly, countless methods emerged. A giant finger broke through the sky. This giant finger reached thousands of feet and instantly covered the entire starry sky. A million-mile planet was in front of this finger, small as dust. It is impossible to use any words to describe the horror of this finger. It is a majestic force beyond everyone's imagination. "How dare you?" When the law enforcement officer Long Jiu saw this, he immediately fell into an ice cellar and was shocked. Under this finger, he actually felt that he was no longer a dragon clan that overlooked the universe, but an ant who could be crushed to death at any time, looking up at the starry sky. He didn't expect that this governance would dare to shoot at him after their dragon army came down www.novel. Come. Just then, the hoarse, old voice from the space battleship in the middle, before that continued to spread. "Enough!" Next moment. Then he saw a dragon arm covered with black dragon scales and borne with 7 claws. he protruded from the dragon warship and grabbed him with a finger towards GV. The arms of the seven-clawed dragon are covered with scars, full of sword and axe sword marks, and the bones are deeply visible, making it impossible to imagine how much the master of this seven-clawed dragon arm has encountered. This grab was equally horrible. It shattered all the void around it, and where it scratched, countless black hole vortexes were formed. Each vortex formed on this grab. Each vortex turned out to be a universe. Storm. Suddenly, this finger and this claw robbed all the brilliance of the world, whether it is the 9 dragon-fighting warships or the Bloodwave Supreme behind the Supreme, etc., all appear to be dim. In the eyes of everyone, everything disappeared, leaving only this finger and this claw. Gaifu, you and I were allied, but the rules were the rules. Sword Wushuang killed my dragon clan, so he had to pay him back. One life is one life, and what my dragons do is not excessive. Gav Supreme heard the words. His eyelids were raised slightly, and his expression was blank. The old man said, Jian Wushuang is no longer a disciple of my life. If you want to find him, you will find him. Huh. At the next moment, the arm of the seven-clawed dragon and the gigantic fingers of the Supreme were slammed together. Suddenly, the universe shook wildly. A startling war has begun. Chapter 43-34. Within the 5 planets domain, the 5 elements city, after Jian Wushuang killed the evil young man. He didn't pay much attention to it, and as cold as frost came out of the restaurant, he planned to leave. The 5th ranks dominated, and originally wanted to stop, but after being glanced at by Jian Wushuang, they all stood upright with sweat on their foreheads. Numerous large beads of sweat appeared on the forehead. Go and leave countless discussions. Who is this person? He can actually dominate the 2nd-level Master Shio as a blow and kill the 4th-level Master Shiowei by one finger? I don't know, but when I passed the city gate before, I seemed to hear this person's introduction. What is the name of the sword? Swords don't give up? I haven't heard of them. I guess they are from other star domains. Anyway, this person is in big trouble. The Lord of the Winds is the only son of the Elder of the 5 Elements God sect. The Elder has always loved him. Once he knows that the Lord of the Winds is killed by this person, he will definitely be with this. People never die. Yes, the Elder is the top ultimate master, who has been immersed in the ultimate dominating realm for many years. If the sword is not abandoned, even if it is strong, it is only the 2nd-level master. It is definitely not an opponent of the Elder. Inside the restaurant, many drinkers looked at the back of Jian Wushuang, leaving, and shook their heads to discuss. On the Imperial Road, when Jian Wushuang planned to turn into a fascination when he left the 5 planetary domain, he suddenly seemed to sense something, and his actions suddenly, abruptly. Did it start? Jian Wushuang raised his head, looked towards the direction of the Temple of Life. His face turned into a complex. If he could, he would like to stay in the Temple of Life at this moment and fight alongside Bloodwave Supreme and others. But he knew that he could not do so. Otherwise, it would be a waste of the good intentions of Gafu Supreme and others. Father, don't think about it. They will be fine. Lung Rushuang seemed to notice the strangeness of Jian Wushuang, reached out and gently took his fingers and said with a soft voice. Jian Wushuang sighed in his heart, nodded, and made clear, "Let's go." At the same time, inside the 5 Elements sect in the center of the 5 Elements city, an old man with white hair is sitting cross-legged and silently refining divine power. This person is the same as the evil young father who was killed by Jian Wushuang before, and the elder of the 5 Elements sect, dominated by Shuanghe. Just then, he suddenly received a message in his mind. Didn't Tai's Han keep protecting the wind close to him? Doubtful. Lord Shuanghe opened his eyes and read the newsletter. After a moment, Shuang's dominion turned into a rage, and he was about to crack. Fenger! Huh! The next moment, Shuang's figure disappeared, instantly turned into a streamer, and shot towards the restaurant. Just a few breaths away, his figure appeared in the restaurant where Jian Wushuang had stayed before. Suddenly, the entire restaurant seemed to be transformed into a sea of blood, which was permeated by strong killings. Shuanghe dominated Tiking's expression to the extreme. First he looked around the restaurant, then looked at the fifth-level master, who was protecting the evil young man next to him. What about the two who killed Fenger? The fifth ranks eventually dominated, and they fell to their knees directly in fear, shaking back, returned to the elder. Then, that person has left in front of Ban's Huxiang. It seems to be leaving the 5 planets. Want to escape? Shuang's expression suddenly became dark, and he said, "Kill my son. You will kill you if you escape to the end of the earth." Having said that, Shuanghe master planned to get up and chase. Just when his right foot just stepped out of the restaurant threshold, he seemed to remember something and turned his head to look coldly at the final masters of these 5th graders. "My son is dead. Do you still want to live alone?" "By my son." Suddenly, Shuanghe dominated his right hand, and countless divine powers poured out. In the panic of begging, he directly shot the master of the 5th grade of this title into meat sauce. After doing all this, Shuanghe dominated Lingheng, and once again turned into a streamer, swept away in the direction that Jian Wushuang and Lung Rushuang left. At the gate of the 5 Elements city, Jian Wushuang and Lung Rushuang said nothing and planned to leave. Hey! Just then, a streamer fell suddenly and appeared in front of the two. The streamers dissipated, revealing the figure of Shuanghe dominant. "Meet the elder! Meet the elder!" The who guarded the city will see this, and immediately kneel on one knee, shouting in congratulations. Shuanghe dominated with a cold expression. He didn't even look at the city guard, a pair of bloodshot eyes, and looked at Xiang Jianwushuang and Lung Rushuang. "The old man asks you in front of Ban's Huxiang, but you too killed a 4th-level master in the restaurant." Jian Wushuang heard his frown and arched his hand and said, "Yes, it's me. May I ask you anything?" "What's up?" Shuanghe dominated and heard a furious smile, and Sun Han said, "You killed my son and come to ask me what's wrong?" Jian Wushuang heard the words and immediately understood that the old man in front of me was afraid that the elder of the 5 Elements sect. Everything you want to reason about is that he provokes me first, and I have given him a chance. He doesn't cherish it. That's no wonder to me. Jian Wushuang calmly replied, "Reason? Ha 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 ha. In this world, whoever is strong is the reason." Sovereign only felt a blaze of fire rushing directly from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, staring at Jian Wushuang, saying bitterly, "Boy, you listen, this seed is going to crush your body inch by inch, pull out your soul, burn the fire with the fire day and night, and then deprive the around you and send it to the world greenhouse every day." Before he finished, Jian Wushuang had already revealed his intentions and said lowly, "You want to die?" Jian Wushuang's right hand was shot instantly, and he pressed at the old man's head in front of him. A sharp sword exploded instantly, strangling the old man thousands of times. Suddenly, the bodies of the 2 rivers dominated the body, as if someone were striking a heavy drum, and the body continued to make a loud bang. Suddenly, Shuanghe dominated his body and trembled madly, and the body was crushed thousands of times by the sword. It was not until after a few breaths that the body dominated by Shuanghe exploded and turned into countless flesh. Beep! At the moment when Shuanghe dominated the fall, the entire 5 Elements city sounded an alarm and issued a rapid beeping sound. The next moment, I saw countless figures rising from the five elements Shinzong, and rushed towards the sword Wushuang quickly. Whispers. It's not over yet. An air of five elements that seems to come from chaos, gushing from all corners of the five elements city, like a lid covering the entire five elements city, blocking all the way. Jian Wushuang saw this, his expression suddenly gloomy to the extreme. Suddenly, one of the incomplete, three-legged tripods located in the sword warrior's Qianqun ring, Cuckoo, moved. Chapter 43:35. Okay. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and immediately felt the vision of the torn bronze ancient tripod in Qianqun ring. This incomplete, three-legged tripod is exactly the one that was obtained after Jian Wushuang cut and killed the prisoner dragon on the ancient road of Shinkong with a broken leg, and there are countless intricate and mysterious runes of bronze on the tripod. Speaking of, after this bronze ancient tripod was obtained, Jian Wushuang also spent a lot of research and trials, but no matter how he went to test and research, how much divine power was injected into it, this bronze ancient tripod still did not respond at all. His divine power was like a mud ox entering the sea, and he couldn't set off any waves. Over time, Jian Wushuang no longer cares. I did not expect that this bronze ancient tripod that had not been moved for a long time had a reaction in these five elements. How is this going? Jian Wushuang frowned, let go of his divine power, and felt the difference in the five elements city. The next moment, Jian Wu's eyes closed. Oh, just breath. He felt that in the void of the five elements city, there was a hint of Otoki air. The spirit of Atsuki is extremely thin. If he had not killed the Shuanghe Lord, the five elements god sect opened the moat, even he could not feel it. Oja's gas belongs to the innate air of the five elements at the time of chaos, which belongs to the universe yet to be born. At that time, the universe was full of various five-element chaos. It was precisely these five elements that existed at the end. Chaos only gradually evolved and finally turned into mountains and rivers, stars and black holes, forming what the universe looks like today. The five elements of air are divided into innate chaotic air and acquired air. What the sword felt without both sides was a very thin, innate Oji spirit. Do not allow Jian Wushuang to think the countless figures rising from the sky of the five elements Shenzong have fallen, enclosing Jian Wushuang and Lung Rushuang in layers. On their white robe cuffs, there was a round of five-element patterns embroidered by the disciples of the five elements Shenzong. They felt the divine power fluctuations dominated by the surrounding Shuanghe, and suddenly a look of anger appeared in their eyes, staring at the sword unparalleled. However, they did not act lightly. It didn't take long to see a majestic middle-aged man with a pair of thick eyebrows striding towards the sword unparalleled. The middle-aged man had an ugly expression, and step by step, the disciples of the five elements god sect retreated automatically to make way for the middle-aged man. Okay. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and looked at the middle-aged man. This man was trained to be almost invincible. In his previous sense of consciousness, he was the strongest of the five planetary domains. Do and guess. Jian Wushuang also knows this person is estimated to be the Lord of the Five Elements sect, the Five Elements Lord. Looking back, Jian Wushuang's expression was indifferent, and he didn't care about it, let alone the five elements gods. Even if all the five planetary domains were tied together, it was not enough for him to kill with one sword. Now, although he is still the ultimate dominating realm, he is no longer comparable to the master. Now, his opponent only has the power of supreme level. In the realm of domination, his sword is unparalleled, and he is invincible to all races. After approaching the middle-aged man, he looked at Jian Wushuang up and down, and there was a hint of jealousy in the bottom of his eyes. Then, the middle-aged man took a deep breath and arched. In the Lord of the Five Elements god sect, Your Excellency can call me Lord of the Five Elements God. Dare to ask your lord what to call." Jian Wushuang nodded when he heard the words. He had already planned to wash the entire 5 planetary domain, but this man had a good attitude when he came up. He had been throbbing and could not help being suppressed by Jian Wushuang. "Don't abandon the sword. This is my lover, Ling Ruqing. Don't give up the master. This lord takes the liberty to ask, what is the reason for you to kill the elder of this sect?" "The 5 elements God," said Jian Wushuang, heard the words, and replied lightly, "This person's words offend me first, then I will kill. Is it okay?" When the 5 elements God heard the words, he narrowed his eyes and said deeply, "Don't abandon the Lord, just offend the words, and kill the elder in my case, and then just walk away. Isn't it appropriate?" Jian Wushuang heard the words, tilted his head, and smiled and said to him, "So, are you doing justice for him?" When the 5 elements God heard the words, his pupils suddenly shrank. He stared tightly at Jian Wushuang, his thoughts flashing in his heart. He is not a stupid person, since the sword in front of him can kill the elders with one palm. This is enough proof that the strength of the sword is not higher than himself, but he is definitely not under him. After weighing the pros and cons, the 5 elements God said, "Doen't he give up the master? How do you like this? We bet on the 3 moves. As long as you take over the 3 moves of the Lord, my 5 elements God sect respectfully send you away. The elder stop it and never mention it again. If you can't take it." The eyes of the 5 elements God looked cold. "I'm so sorry you and your acquaintances. I'm afraid you have to stay in my 5 elements God sect's prison." "Oh." Jian Wushuang heard the words. A look of interest floated on his face, and said, "Gambling is fine, but I want a raise." "Raise? What do you mean?" The 5 elements king looked puzzled. Jian Wushuang extended his finger and pointed at the 5 elements sect standing in the center of the 5 elements city. "WWW novel," said, "If Jian loses, let this fate be yours. But if you lose God, I need to take something like your 5 elements sect." This. The 5 elements God hesitated for a while, then focused and said, "Yes." Jian Wushuang smiled and heard, "Good." He could feel that the chaotic inborn OG spirit that he just felt in the 5 elements city came from the 5 elements Shenzong. Although he did not know why the broken bronze ancient tripod suddenly had movement after encountering this chaotic inborn OG spirit, he was absolutely certain that perhaps the way to really open this bronze ancient tripod was innate with this chaos Otoki no Ki. "Let's start." Converged, Jian Wushuang said lightly. The words fell, and the disciples of the 5 elements surrounding God retreated, leaving a large area of space. "Cover up. Let this person pay his life for the elder. One move. The Lord can defeat this man with just one move." Disciples of the 5 elements, Shenzong cheered. "Fujun, be careful." Cold as Frost said, slightly concerned. "It's all right." Jian Wushuang smiled at her slightly, then turned his eyes, looked at the 5 elements God, and said lightly, "Bring it on. Okay. If you don't give up the sword, then you pick it up." The 5 elements God took a deep breath and raised his right hand. Suddenly, countless divine powers raged, and in his hands, a horrifying 5-colored light ball condensed. The 5 elements sect, based on the cultivation of the 5 elements, is the basis of the avenue. In this 5-colored light ball, the 5 powers of gold, wood, water, fire, and soil are constantly changing, and the blue wood is particularly strong. Chapter 43:36. Next moment, the 5 elements God shouted loudly and pushed his right hand forward fiercely. Instantly, this 5-colored light ball, carrying a mighty might, smashed towards the sword unparalleled. In these 5-colored of light, the 5 elements of Jin Mu, Shui Huatu, one by one, are endless, constantly changing, and very powerful. "Is that so?" Jian Wushuang's brow lifted, and an interesting expression appeared in the corner of his mouth. The power in this ball of light was quite good, bringing together the power of the 5 elements, and even for him, he couldn't help looking at him. The idea of this technique is good, but unfortunately, your understanding of the 5 elements is still too low. Shaking his head, Sword Wushuang grabbed it with his hands. The sword twirled between his 5 fingers like a snake walking between his 5 fingers. Immediately, Jian Wushuang's right-hand sword exploded, crushing the 5-colored light ball directly. In the face of absolute strength, everything is fancy and unbeatable. Suddenly, many disciples of the 5 Elements sect, who were clamoring for cheering, were dumbfounded and their mouths widened. The 5 elements of the gods, the pupils shrank instantly, and there was a strong sense of fear in their faces. This shot, although he just wanted to use it as a temptation, didn't even want to defeat Jian Wushuang at all. But Jian Wushuang's response is too easy. 2 more tricks. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. After hearing the words, the 5 elements god took a deep breath, and his expression gradually became serious. He drank. Okay. The sword is not abandoned. The second trick is the master skills. You are optimistic. Mystery everlasting. Bang. The voice fell, and in a moment, the 5 elements king quickly twitched his hands. Behind him, a huge round of French-language pictures suddenly appeared. In this French-language picture, a towering giant tree is rooted in the soil, and a dew rain drops from the sky. Under the nourishment of the rain, the towering giant tree formed of gold and iron suddenly grows and grows. Raised just a few breaths away, it will bear fruit, full of flame fruits. Golden wood, water, fire, and soil are the 5 elements. This towering giant tree, with Otoki's gas as its foundation, and gold earth, water, and fire as its side branches, together supported this round of 5 elements. Okay. Looking at this round of FA phase, even Jian Wushuang couldn't help but whispered and moved slightly. He actually saw the shadow of the kingdom of God in the equivalent of the 5 elements. Although the 5 elements are far worse than the true state of God, even a frame has not yet been formed, but it is undeniable. This is indeed a precursor to the formation of a mind, the thought of the kingdom of God, but some of the ultimate killings that the Supreme has not yet realized. If these 5 elements of the gods break through to the Supreme realm, or their understanding of the 5 elements of the avenue is leaps and bounds, and even break through several barriers, perhaps these 5 elements can be truly transformed into a mind of God. Good. Jian Wushuang spoke with admiration. Go with. The expression of the 5 elements God King was stern and pushed forward fiercely. Instantly, this towering giant tree danced like a silver snake, and the 5-colored gods of light poured out. Like the rainstorm pear flower needle, thousands of 5-colored Xingguang pull out countless white marks in the air. Ha! Lord Sovereign has used the magic power at the bottom of the box. This blow is absolutely impossible for this person. Yes, the 5 elements of the Sovereign Lord. The 5 elements are interlinked, endless and endless, unless the power is far superior to the Lord Sovereign. Otherwise, all attack power will be consumed. At first, some disciples of the 5 Elements divine sect who had been hit hard immediately revived their spirits and looked at the king of the 5 Elements with full of worship. If I didn't break through the ultimate dominator, I might not be able to hold these 5-colored gods for a while, but Jian Wushuang smiled silently in his heart, then raised his right fingers together, turned into a sword finger, and then hacked away toward these hundreds of 5-colored light. Now in the realm of domination, is invincible. Huh! A bang came. The sword Wushuang finger was cut, and no sword air was used at all, and the majestic power of the majesty was directly used to turn into a white expanse. Broken. This is not over yet. Jian Wushuang's fingertips gently pushed forward, and at that moment, the majestic and mighty power of the match was as good as the tide of the sea, one after the other, floating again behind the five elements. King, the five elements are up. Tuck, tuck. After 3 consecutive muffled noises, the FA phase behind the five elements god, after only holding for a breath, fell apart instantly and broke apart. The towering giant tree, swaying in shape, is broken innumerably. How can it be? The five elements god was shocked, exclaiming incredulously, as the disciples of the five elements, Shenzong, said, "This style of peerlessness, the five elements are connected to each other. Unless the strength is far beyond him, it will never be possible. So easily break such peerlessness." But the man in front of him, but with one finger, not only crushed his 5 colors of light, but also mainly anti-customers and directly defeated him. Such overbearing means, even if invincible, will not be so easy to do. The audience turned into a dead silence. Everyone stared at Jian Wushuang dumbfounded. Their eyes dropped in shock. Jian Wushuang looked at him with a complacent expression and smiled slightly. "God, start the third move." However, when the five elements god heard the words, he no longer had any action, but sighed. There is no need to compare. The suzerain concedes that this suzerain is inferior to others. Say, the sword isn't abandoned. What do you want from my five elements sect? Jian Wushuang groaned slightly, feeling the throbbing movement of the bronze ancient tripod inside the ring of Qinkuan, and said, "It's true, I don't know what I want, but I can be sure that what I want is here. You are within the five elements sect." When the five elements god heard the words, he could not help but hesitated, and immediately smiled bitterly. "By the way, please go to the house with me, and choose by yourself. Thank you so much for God." Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, arching hands. "Let's go." The five elements king, with sword Wushuang, walked towards the five elements god sect. On the one hand, the disciples of the five elements, Shenzong, quickly gave way, looking at Jian Wushuang's eyes, full of curiosity and awe, regardless of age, or a sword that seems to be about the same size as its own. How can it be so powerful? The sword Wushuang is behind the five elements god king. The closer to the five elements god sect, the more you can feel that the bronze ancient tripod in Qinkuan ring is getting more excited. It is just like a child who wants to eat candy and is extremely excited, as if there is something with absolute temptation waiting for this bronze ancient tripod. If the sword Wushuang directly infused a large amount of divine power and repressed the bronze ancient tripod reluctantly, I am afraid that this bronze ancient tripod has already rushed out of the ring of Qinkuan and flew towards somewhere of the five elements Shenzong. It seems that this bronze ancient tripod has a lot to do with the innate chaos of Otoki. The sword had no expression on both sides, and the thoughts in his heart kept flashing. After a while, the five elements sect is here. Chapter 43:37. The city of five elements extends in all directions, and the trees form a forest. Among them, in the center of the five elements city, there is a huge mountain gate. At the foot of the mountain gate, the word five elements is engraved. Here is the Taoism of the five elements sect. Don't give up the sword. Go in. The five elements king said, helplessly. Jian Wushuang nodded his head, and then took the cold as frost and walked into the five elements sect. In the five elements sect, there is a lush and quiet environment inside. Numerous students have a wise tree swinging with the wind and making a sound of. The sword is unpretentious, and it is not anxious to watch while walking. Don't give up the sword. There is treasure pavilion in front. The five elements, God said. Okay, take me there. Jian Wushuang nodded when he heard the words, and Shun answered. He could feel that the thing he wanted, or the bronze ancient tripod in his Qianquan ring, was in the treasure hall of the Five Elements God sect. From a distance, the time when this treasure hall was built should be a long time. The stone bricks made by Lingyu have become a little yellowish, and the Five Elements God led the two men, Jian Wushuang and Frost, to the door of the treasure hall. I saw a layer of light green mask covering the treasure hall as the Five Elements God reached out the palm of the hand and pressed on the mask, and for a while this light green mask waved a wave, and then dissolved enough passage for two people to pass. "Come in." The Five Elements Lord reached out and made a pleased gesture. Into the treasure hall, a cloud of turbid air mixed with dust rushed to the nose. It should be because no one has come in for a long time. Inside the treasure pavilion, there are 2 levels in it. I saw the Five Elements King introduce. Swords will not be abandoned, so you can choose one here. Sword Wushuang nodded and looked at the treasure hall at will. I have to say that the Five Elements God sect is in the universe, although it is a little-known sect, but there are not many treasures in the collection. Wushuang saw no less than 3. If the sword is not abandoned, what do you think of this jade, Rui? Although it is only a treasure of Chinese goods, it is fickle and can be turned into any weapon. There is also this shuttle, which can increase the flight speed by 10%. If you leave the 5-planet domain in the future, this shuttle will be useful to you when the universe is roaming. The Five Elements God Jun 1 introduced the sword to Wushuang. When talking about some really powerful treasures, even in his eyes, he couldn't help flashing the pain of the road. However, Jian Wushuang looked like hesitated. His expression was indifferent, and his fingers kept passing across the treasure. No, still not. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes, and his fingers crossed all the treasures on the first floor. The bronze ancient tripod in his Qianquan ring did not show a different response. Not on the first floor. Sir, I want to see it on the second floor. Converged, Jian Wushuang said to him. Second floor? The Five-Element monk was stunned, but the treasures in the second layer were all left by the ancestors of the Five-Element sect, even if he had no choice but to move. Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded. After hearing the words, the Five Elements God could not help but hang a bitter smile on his face and hesitated in his heart. He even sighed. Well, let alone, I will take you to the second floor. The words fell, and the Five Elements King, with swordsman and cold as frost, walked to a tightly closed iron gate, carefully took out a token, and inserted it into a gap. Click and wipe. Suddenly, the treasure hall vibrated, and a sound like gear friction and a mechanism change was issued. Immediately, I saw this tightly fitting iron gate and quickly disintegrated, exposing a long spiral stone ladder. The Lord of the Five Elements, while walking up with his sword unparalleled, said, "The sword is not abandoned. The treasures in the second layer are all left by the old ancestor of the Five Elements God sect. The contents are more cluttered, and many treasures are even I do and T recognize it. UCA and T tell whether it's good or bad. You have to rely on yourself." Okay, thank you. Jian Wushuang nodded and walked in step by step. I saw only a dim yellow oil lamp hanging on the second floor, and looked at the old color of the entire second floor. Sword Wushuang stared at it carefully. The personal belongings of the Five-Element Prince's ancestor, such as robes and clouds, have even become most decayed, and decayed by the long years of erosion. The Five Elements King no longer spoke, leaving Jian Wushuang to choose by himself. Is this or this? Jian Wushuang's right hand, constantly passing across items. Here are the best rules of treasure. There are mysterious little things that he cannot see the calendar, but these are not the goals of Jian Wushuang. The second layer was not large. Jian Wushuang searched quickly, and a look of disappointment gradually appeared in his eyes. He didn't find the one that made the bronze ancient tripod throbbing. The bronze ancient tripod also became quiet. Fu Jun, didn't you find it? Lung Rushuang stood next to Jian Wushuang. She accompanied Jian Wushuang to the north and south. After thousands of calamities, naturally she knew Jian Wushuang best. She couldn't guess where. Jian Wushuang was looking for something. No, Jian Wushuang shook his head, and then planned to leave to the five elements gods. Although there are many treasures in the treasure hall, if you change people, you may still be ecstatic, but his sword is unparalleled, and he has the Terra ruins. Inheritance ransacked the ancient road to the sky. And now, the most important thing is the treasures where you can see these things. However, at this moment, Jian Wushuang frowned suddenly and saw a half-inch-long dead wood exposed from the bottom of the box. What is this? Swordless fingers pointed at this half of the dead wood, and the words of farewell had turned into an inquiry. This one, the five-element prince froze and thought for a while, and said, "The ancestor said before the fall, this thing seemed to be handed over to him by a deceased person for his help, but the prince did not know what it was, but it looks like it should be just ordinary mortals." Wu Shuang nodded his head, reached out his hand arbitrarily, and grabbed this half of dead wood. Huh! Suddenly, Jian Wushuang trembled, and the bronze ancient tripod, located in his ring of heaven, shook violently and fiercely, like a child who eats food and can't wait to urge Jian Wushuang to take this thing. This is it. Jian Wu's eyes flashed wildly, but his face was calm, and lifted the dead wood. God, I want this thing. When the five elements god Jun heard a word, he did not expect that Jian Wushuang did not choose some valuable magic medicine or magic weapon, so he chose such a black wooden puppet. He couldn't help raising his eyebrows, and said, "Are you sure? The sword is not abandoned. This dead wood is a mortal thing. There is nothing special about it, or should you choose another one?" Jian Wushuang shook his head, and Shen said, "No need." Seeing this, the five elements god nodded, and no longer spoke. Chapter 43:38. After getting the dead wood, Jian Wushuang didn't stay in the five elements god sect. After a few words of confusion with the five elements god, he left the five elements god realm as cold as frost. In the vast sky, a cosmic boat is galloping forward. In the spacecraft, Lung Rushuang has returned to the town of Tianbei to practice and strive to break through the ultimate as soon as possible to help Jian Wushuang. A lone sword, unparalleled, sitting cross-legged in the cosmic boat, holding the piece of dark dead wood from the five elements Shenzong in his hands, his eyes kept flashing, thinking. After his tests and explorations, this piece of dead wood is indeed just an ordinary mortal thing without any magical power. But when he poured a lot of divine power into it and scanned it inch by inch, he suddenly found some abnormalities. In this dead wood, there is a chaotic, congenital Atsuki breath of finger thickness. It is this chaotic inborn Oji spirit that triggered the throbbing of the bronze ancient tripod. The sword's eyes flickered, and instead of rushing to take out the bronze ancient tripod, he poured out countless divine powers, forming a protective cover centered on him, and immediately turning over with his right hand, let Wu Weeping Sword swim around. Avoid any emergencies. After doing all this, the sword has no reassurance on both sides. Today, he is still extremely hopeless to break through, and realizes the mood of the Tao, and only touches the fur. If he wants to improve his strength in a short time, he can only increase the magic power, yes, or it depends on the magic weapon. For some reason, Jian Wushuang's heart vaguely predicts that perhaps his opportunity for enhancement lies on this bronze ancient tripod. After some thoughts, Jian Wushuang converged his thoughts, flipped his right hand again, and suddenly the bronze ancient tripod appeared in his hands. The sight of this bronze ancient tripod suddenly appeared, and the vision suddenly occurred. At this moment, The bronze ancient tripod seemed to have a sense of wisdom, like a jubilant child, shaking violently, and the black dead wood, like a sense of induction, quickly collapsed and disintegrated. Suddenly, the sawdust flew, and a cyan light of the thickness of the thumb radiated towards the bronze ancient tripod. Congenital Atsuki. Jian Wushuang's pupils suddenly shrank, looking tightly at the bronze ancient tripod. Suddenly, the original ancient simplicity, no matter how the sword Wushuang tried hard and did not react at all, the bronze ancient tripod smashed into a masterpiece. A green light flickered across the surface of the bronze ancient tripod. Even if I saw it, the mysterious rune carved on the bronze ancient tripod was alive, constantly twisting and splitting, and then formed a small sapling shape. OM. The sound of the yellow bell, which rang from the chaos of ancient times, swayed through the Xianhuang Honghuang like a violent blast, spreading everywhere. This voice is extremely ancient. Under this voice, even Jian Wushuang feels as small as the dust. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang had already used his divine power to form a closed and isolated space within 10 feet of his circle before letting this voice not spread. Call out. Immediately afterwards, I saw this bronze ancient tripod bounced up and turned into a blue light. Swallow what I gave and still want to escape. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed. There was a cold flash in his eyes, and his 5 fingers scratched toward the bronze ancient tripod. Suddenly, the Weeping Wu sword, who was walking around, was beheaded towards the bronze ancient tripod. A dull sound came out, and I saw the Wu cry Excalibur, which contained the power of the universe's extreme treasure, and was struck by this bronze ancient tripod, and then was whizzed and wailed. Okay. Jian Wushuang suddenly smiled angrily, slamming his right hand, and disappeared instantly. In a flash again, Jian Wushuang appeared in front of the bronze ancient tripod, and the 5 knuckle fingers extended, grasping the bronze ancient tripod severely. Buzzing. The sound of yellow bells rang loudly, and Jian Wushuang's body trembled. He grasped this bronze ancient tripod, and it felt like there were millions of ancient wild cows colliding with him. Overturned. This bronze ancient tripod is still an ownerless thing, and it is still incomplete, but after absorbing the breath of Otoki, it will fly Wu weapon sword and almost overturn him. How terrible is this? Dragon blood secrets. Regardless of the horror, Jian Wushuang gave a low sigh, and the divine power suddenly burned and turned into 10 times strength. The two continued to wrestle, until after a few breaths, Jian Wushuang was worthy to stabilize the bronze ancient tripod. Breathing a deep breath, the sword held the bronze ancient tripod with both hands and sat down with its knees crossed, and the divine power explored towards the bronze ancient tripod. This time, Jian Wushuang suddenly found a difference. I can see that there is a boundless chaotic space in the bronze ancient tripod. This chaotic space is so large that it is indescribable. After a while, Jian Wushuang retracted his divine power and frowned. The bronze ancient tripod did change, but how to use it is still unknown. After a moment, Jian Wushuang shook his head. It seems that if you want to really use the power of this bronze ancient tripod, you have to absorb more innate chaos Otoki. I just don't know whether this bronze ancient tripod is only interested in Ojus Chi, or as long as it is the innate chaos of the 5 elements. After some self-speaking, Jian Wushuang uttered a smile, and his face raised a smile. However, although I still have no idea how to use this bronze ancient tripod, but just relying on the gravity of this ancient tripod, brutally throwing it out is enough to crush any master below the Supreme, even the face regarding the Supreme, and then motivated by my divine power, throwing this bronze ancient tripod out can also cause great respect. Now, the top priority is to find a way to refine this bronze ancient tripod, and let this ancient tripod confess the Lord. Otherwise, if you have just thrown this bronze ancient tripod during the battle, you have to wait before hitting someone. Isn't it a joke anymore? Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang smiled a little and suddenly poured out countless divine power, wrapped this bronze ancient tripod, refining 1 inch by 1 inch. And when Jian Wushuang left the 5-planetary domain, in the Temple of Life, a shocking battle has already erupted. This battle attracted the eyes of the entire universe. How? A long moon, stars like the sun and the moon, like a 7-clawed dragon out of the chaos, soar into the sky and scream. The terrifying sound waves shook for 9 days and 10, and when I heard the sound of the dragon, the crowds watching the battle all bowed their heads. Their hearts were trembling. This 7-clawed dragon is covered with black scales, with a touch of gold in the eyes, 2 white beards swaying slightly around the mouth, and endless pressure is taken from him. The blood of the 3rd generation of the dragon family, the contemporary patriarch of the evil dragon family. The dragons! Chapter 43:39. At this moment, outside the Palace of Life, 9 dragon warships traverse the starry sky, exuding a cold luster. On each of the 9 dragon warships, there are dragon people. All of them are the blood of the 5th generation of dragons. The dragon race has developed from the chaos era to the present. It has been counted from the first ancestor dragon, but it has only developed to the 6th generation dragon race. In addition to the 6th generation dragon race that is still growing, the 5th generation dragon race goes up and is the supreme dragon. A total of 9 dragon warships, 9 supreme realms, stood on the deck. They were born with dragon heads, standing with their hands on their backs, and 2 dragon beards floating near their lips. Their eyes were pale gold, majestic and sacred, and they could not be violated. Coupled with the upstream dragging in the nebula, the coercion shocked the 3 generations of the dragon clan Dragon 9 for 9 days and 10 places. This time, the dragon clan conquered the Temple of Life, and they sent out 10 supreme. This is not the end. In the dark of the universe, many supreme masters of Diwu Temple are quietly dormant. As long as the master of Diwu Temple orders, they will kill them and give the Life Shrine a severe blow. Gaifu, do you really want to push the Temple of Life to an endless place for a sword unparalleled? Long Yan's dark golden eyes glanced at Gao Fu. She said in a deep voice, he and Gaifu could be regarded as old friends. In the cataclysm that swept across the universe, the 2 men fought side by side. Therefore, he also knows Gav's injuries best. If Gav now takes a forcible shot and explodes for a while, he will explode and die. Gav, supreme expression indifferent, did not speak. 2 long black handles appeared in his hands. My monk, why not fight? Boom. Suddenly, there was a terrifying terror that swept the world, centered on the supreme gap, and burst out. This horrible coercion is like a substance, forming a shock wave, sweeping the sky and the ground, 8 wastelands and 6 combinations, full of the solemn esteem. Under this coercion, even the 3 generations of the blood of the dragon tribe have been crushed. Supreme Gap, the true pillar of the Palace of Life, is also the strongest person ever recognized, apart from the Lord of the Palace of Life. For the first time, Gav Extreme has fully demonstrated his strength. I am covered, my Temple of Life. Have I ever feared half of this world? The turbidity in Gav Supreme's eyes completely disappeared, just like the bright jade stripped of dust, showing his glory. Behind Gav Supreme, the 4 Chief Supremes, such as Bloodwave and Giant Axe, as well as many Supremes, have also emerged with great power, dominating the quartet and preparing for the decisive battle. Also, Gav, don't blame me for being ruthless. Cold light appeared in Long Neen's eyes, and under the arrogant howl of his mouth, he immediately grabbed toward Gafu Supreme. The remaining 9 5-generation dragons are also directly transformed into the dragons themselves, with prestige in their mouths, rushing towards the supremes of the Temple of Life. From the beginning, the war situation was stuck. Kill. Every one of the supreme magical powers released all kinds of glory. The White Tiger Supreme picked up a dragon family and flew fiercely. The great axe turned into a grate of chaos. The axe in his hand opened up the world and severely chopped a golden dragon. At the corner, a long string of sparks was drawn. The Blood Wave Supreme is even more horrible. With a tear of his hands, a sea of blood is directly raised, and several dragons are drowned. However, the most dazzling performance is still the new king of the 9 kings. Small Bug. He had white hair flying, his expression was as cold as ice, and he raised millions of tons of force directly, grabbing the dragon law enforcer Longjio, and he was bombarded violently to the extreme. The newly promoted Supreme. He showed no less than the top Supreme. At this moment, the entire universe seemed to be smashed, and countless voids were smashed, setting off a storm. Let's do it too. The master of Diwu Shrine narrowed his eyes and waved his right hand forward slightly. In a short time, dozens of black shadows emerged from the void, and his face was full of coldness. They have been waiting for a long time. The next moment, the shadow flickered and turned into a streamer rushing towards the supreme masters of the Temple of Life. The ordinary Supreme of the Life Shrine failed to respond, and was directly used by a Supreme of the Diwu Temple to destroy his heart with a destroying spear. Before he could send a miserable message, he was swallowed by the flying dragons. After the battle, with the entrance of the Supreme Court of Diwu Shrine, it suddenly began to fall. The master of Diwu Shrine looked sneer, raised his head and looked toward the endless void, where the 3rd generation of dragons of the dragon race, Dragon Soul, was fighting against Gafu, Supreme, as the 3rd generation blood of the Dragon Clan, and who had participated in the Battle of the Holocaust. At this moment, it was actually suppressed by the Supreme Lord of Gap, and the main hall of the Diwu Shrine saw this. Gave supreme kill. Today, the Temple of Life will die. As long as the Supreme is resolved, the rest will not be able to achieve a climate. And at the same time, at the headquarters of Judy Pavilion, which is not far from the Temple of Life, the cosmic passage leading to the Temple of Life slowly opened, revealing 3 figures. Standing in the middle of is a purple-haired, purple-eyed, expressionless, seductive teenager. On his left and right sides, the old man with a chilly heart and a red-faced old man with a stern expression stood on his hands. Let's wait for a long time. The next moment, the cosmic passage closed slowly, and the shadow of the 3 disappeared at the cosmic passage. The 3 of them will represent the 9 Emperor Pavilion and help the Temple of Life. This is just the beginning. Far away from the universe, a sword mountain suspended in the starry sky. On this day, several swords rose into the sky and headed towards the Imperial Sword of Life Shrine. Standing at the head is an icy woman wearing a red diamond with a diamond mark on her brows. She is Wu Jianxian, and also the Invincible Supreme, the first female sword god. Behind her, the 7 elders stepped on the flying sword, followed closely by pulling long white marks in the air, making a sonic boom. On this day, the sword air is 80,000 miles long, and the sword is light and cold. In the universe, countless people looked up and were convinced by these peerless sword fairy styles. Wu Jiangxian's expression was indifferent. This time to go to the Temple of Life, not for the enemy, but for support. Jian Wushuang, since you have all the inheritance of Tai Luo, count as half of his disciples. So, shouldn't you call this master a maid? Just when the entire universe was boiling, Jian Wushuang was already driving the cosmic boat, left the 5 planetary domain completely away from the prosperous area of the universe, and entered the wild place of the universe. In the cosmic boat, the sword sat cross-legged, and in front of him, a map of the universe hovered. The stars on the map of the universe have countless lights, and each light represents a star field. Chapter 43:40. In front, it should be Huiyang star field. Jian Wu's eyes flickered. According to the introduction of the universe map, the crater of Huiyang was filled with volcanoes, flowing magma, and high temperatures throughout the year. Except for some monks who needed to make fire, few people stopped here. Stay. If it is normal, Jian Wushuang will not stay. According to records, the crater in the Huiyang star domain was formed innately. Since it is so, then there should be innate chaos and fire in it. Just try it. Does this bronze ancient tripod only need the spirit of Otogi, or just the innate 5 elements? Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, drove the cosmic boat, and hurried toward Huiyang starfield. He did not deliberately stop the cosmic boat, but he traveled all the way. He stopped from time to time to see the scenery in the universe, to see the starry sky, the Milky Way flowing, to watch the secrets of the sun, the moon, the stars, and the rush of the world, realizing the true meaning of the avenue. Along the way, Jian Wushuang faintly lingered, and sometimes realized that the avenue, maybe everything in the universe, is the rule of operation. It is nothing but real. However, whenever Jian Wushuang wanted to think deeply, he felt his comprehension, like a dream like a dew, was a bubble in the sky, and he didn't catch anything. Jian Wushuang was thinking all the way while driving towards Huiyang starfield. It didn't take long for Huiyang star to arrive. Standing in the universe and looking at the Huiyang star field, it is a huge fireball. Before I approached, I felt a scorching breath. Jian Wushuang stopped the spacecraft and closed it. He did not wake up to practice in the town's sky monument. Cold as frost, his only son walked towards the Huiyang star domain. Huiyang star field is an unmanned star. When Jian Wushuang stepped into the plane of Huiyang star field, he felt a hotter heat wave rushing into the air. Mars was in the air everywhere, and the earth was roasted and cracked. In the cracks in the road, blue smoke was lit. Looking up, there are gushing craters everywhere in the line of sight. Occasionally, volcanic eruptions can be seen. Numerous lavas are mixed with rolling black smoke, and then slowly flow, emitting terrifying high temperatures. The entire Huiyang star domain was extremely hot, even though Jian Wushuang was a little uncomfortable. After a slight adjustment, no 2 sides of the sword got used to it, spreading their divine power and heading towards the Huiyang star field. I saw that under the great cover of Jian Wushuang's divine power, I knew the entire Huiyang star domain at once. The rest of this star domain, like Jian Wushuang's, was full of dry and barren craters, and several monks were hiding in retreat in the dark, refining firepower. These monks are not high in practice, so Jian Wushuang did not bother them, and the divine power just passed over them and went elsewhere. In addition, Jian Wushuang also found that in the most central location of the Huiyang star domain, there is a huge natural cave. This cave is extremely huge, occupying almost half of the Huiyang star domain, and a large amount of syrup inside it flows like a boiling water, boiling continuously, and a large bubble of fist is pouring out. Branches like spiderwebs split from the Huiyang star field and lead to numerous craters. It can be said that the current geomorphological situation of the entire Huiyang star field is formed by this magma cave. If there is congenital Dinghua in this Yenyang star domain, then it should be in this cave. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes, stepped on his feet, and shot towards the central cave of Huiyang star domain. A moment later, a wild monster with an open mouth opened the cave and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang's eyes. Standing in front of this karst cave, a wave of substantive heat rushed, and the godless body of the sword was unbreakable. Immediately, Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, gushing out of his divine power, and then plunged into the melt in this cave. Huh. Numerous melts splashed like a spray, and it didn't take long before they saw the sword's figure gradually being swallowed up by the melt. Inside the cave, the horrible high temperature was enough to melt everything, and the scorching syrup invaded toward Jian Wushuang, washing the sword's body. If it was the ordinary ultimate dominator, it would have been dissolved into a pool of blood by this magma, but under the magical power of the sword, the magma could not hurt him at all. Jian Wushuang continued to sink, and the divine power continued to explore, looking for the innate fire. At the same time, he felt the bronze ancient tripod in the ring of Qianquan, and he was restless again. And shortly after Jian Wushuang was immersed in the melt, what he didn't know was that a group of uninvited guests gradually came outside the Yenyang starfield. Quick! In the karst cave of Yenyang, the time for the Huiyuan Shengua, which bears fruit once a million years, is almost up. This time, don't let others take the lead. The 7 masters, each with their different looks, stood outside the Huiyang star domain and said with burning eyes, "The 7 or 8 who dominate the realm have men and women with very different breaths. At first glance, they are gathered from heaven and earth, not from the same place. Among them, a charming woman in a red dress with a hot body, exposing her fragrant shoulders and beautiful legs, laughed softly. Yuangwu was born once a million years and 7 at a time. We have brother Tuoba this time, and we will certainly be able to win all 7 Huiyuan fruits." Beside this charming woman, a tall, burly man in a black robe, when he heard the words, he laughed loudly and said, "7 sisters, rest assured, this time there is this seat. Taking the fire fruit is just a matter of searching." After speaking, he paused and then said, "Let's go. It seems that we should be the first people to come to Huiyang Starfield, and just go to the Huiyang Karst Cave, first to occupy a good position. Everything is arranged by brother Tuoba. Yes, after 3 days, Huiyuan Daogua will float out of the magma of Huiyang Karst Cave. At that time, 7 of us will shoot all together and directly take down that Huiyuan Daogua." Others also said one after another. After a moment, the 7 of them flickered into the Huiyang star domain. They did not stay in the Huiyang star domain and went straight to the huge karst cave at the most central location. Then they found a place to sit cross-legged and waited for the appearance of Huiyuangua. And this is just the beginning. Over the next 3 days, a master monk came from a distance and stepped into the Yenyang starfield, staying beside the Yenyang cave and waiting for the fire fruit. For a moment, the Yenyang starfield, which was originally deserted, became lively. Among them, there are even near-invincible dominators coming. Next to the karst cave in Yenyang, the atmosphere gradually became incomparably dignified. These powerful men who dominate the realm looked at each other, and each had a strong hostility and fear in their eyes. What no one found was that at the moment at their feet, in the horrible magma of the karst cave, the figure of a dark-haired woman in black had sunk to the bottom. This is... Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed, looking at a ball of flame formed by the numerous flame magma that appeared in front of him. Chapter 43-41. Under the huge lava cave, a ball of fireballs with large fists quietly suspended, like the king of flames, separating all other magma. A stream of hot fire separated from the fireball and formed terrible magma. The sword was unparalleled, and in the eyes the mount suddenly surged 3 inches. He could feel that the magma in this cave was formed by the firepower emitted by this big fist fireball. In other words, why the entire Huiyang star domain has now become such a grassy situation, all because of this big fist fireball. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang's divine power spread out, and he carefully grabbed the ball of fire. However, he hasn't waited for the magical power of Jian Wushuang to touch this ball of fire, and the magical power was burned clean by the hot fire. The innate air of 5 elements was born out of chaos, and the hegemony reached the extreme, which could not be controlled by anyone. The reason why Sword Wushuang can capture Ojus air in front of it is because Atsuki's air is inherently mild, not the dangerous five-element air. And this small fire air is only the second among the five-element air. The five elements of the air of armor gold are extremely dangerous. It can be so powerful, and it should be congenital. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes, and after thinking for a moment, he took out the bronze ancient tripod with his right hand. No need for Sword Wushuang to do anything. When this bronze ancient tripod appeared, the group of Fireball and this bronze ancient tripod were like two magnets attracting each other. When I saw the bronze ancient tripod turning, I saw the group of Fireballs. It was the lost child who found his home and flew in. Suddenly, the bronze ancient tripod changed again. I saw the bronze ancient tripod on the tripod. The originally dim and obscure mysterious rune light rose. The red firelight passed through the tripod. And for a moment, the original old bronze tripod was still quite a bit dead. Suddenly, as if come alive, rotating frantically in the air, the ancient bells continued to sound. Buzzing, buzzing. The sound of Hongzhong and Lulu was ringing like the cymbals and drums of the ancient heaven court, conveying all directions. Suddenly, the entire magma cave trembled violently. Outside the cave, many waited for the birth of Hua Yuangua and glared at each other, sternly dominated the powerful realm, felt the shock from their feet, and suddenly changed his face. What happened? What happened? What's the situation? They stared at each other, their pupils shrinking, but never heard of the birth of Hua Yuanhua. There would be such a big battle. Fortunately, the shock did not last long, and then it quieted again. Under the Sun Cave, the sword Wushuang divine power is released, and the enchantment is automatically formed to seal off all the breath of the bronze ancient tripod. Otherwise, if the temper of the bronze ancient tripod comes, I am afraid that the entire Yenyang star domain will not be able to bear it. The power of the bronze ancient tripod is not fun on the bronze ancient Ding-Ding body. Besides the small sapling that absorbed the breath of Atsuki, a flame mark appeared next to it. The innate aura of the five elements has gained the second. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. Divine power immersed into the chaos space of the bronze ancient tripod, and I saw that in this chaos space, besides the quietly dormant Ojus air, countless red gods fired. After I have complete control of this bronze ancient tripod, I should be able to use the five elements in it. The sword's eyes flickered, and then the right hand was turned over, and the bronze ancient tripod was put into the ring. After doing all this, when Jian Wushuang was about to leave, he suddenly made a flick in his mouth. What is this? I saw a vine hanging with 7 fireball fruits in a crack in the rock wall under the magma. The vine was hard to break through, perhaps because Jian Wushuang took away the innate Dinghua gas, and the 7th fruit has not yet, when it forms, it withers instantly. And this vine also stopped growing completely, and the movement that originally continued to spread also stopped. Huiyuangua? Sword Wushuang's eyebrows were raised, and the fire element fruit contained a lot of divine power, which was of great benefit to the magical monks who practiced in the fire. In the universe, it can be regarded as a relatively good Tao fruit. This thing is not very useful for Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang just shook his head, and shook his head no longer to shoot, and shot toward the cave of Yenyang. Outside the Sun Cave, the majors from Tian and Haibei, who dominate the realm, are waiting quietly, counting the time. Hu Yuanhua should have been born. Why isn't it out yet? Yeah, Hu Yuanhua has already come out at this time. What happened this time? Those who dominated the realm of the realm frowned. One of them tentatively said, "You said, was the vibration that came out from under the cave a few days ago. Could someone go down to the cave first and take away the fire fruit? As soon as this statement was made, someone suddenly sneered, "It's impossible. The temperature in this cave has reached tens of billions of degrees. Even if it is dominated by invincible, it can't persist for several hours. It will be burned into ashes by the high-temperature magma inside." As soon as this person had finished speaking, suddenly the mutation was suddenly raised. "Guru, Guru!" I saw countless lavas boiling in the cave, as if there were any monsters coming out of it. Next moment, I saw a huge vortex formed in the lava in the entire cave. Is it that Hui Yuanguo is going to be born? This time Hui Yuanguo was born, so many visions have formed. Is this time the number of Hui Yuanguo is much larger than before? For a moment, everyone who was fighting for Hui Yuanguo looked excited and excited. Countless divine powers poured out. They stared at the center of the vortex and prepared for it. Once they saw the shadow of Hui Yuanguo, they thundered immediately to grab Hui Yuanguo. Just when they were stunned and about to move, a scene that stunned them happened. I saw a hacker wearing black robes with loose black hair and a tall, bearded beard, lifted by countless magmas like in flames, with an indifferent expression, stepping out of the depths of magma. Behind him, the flames raged across the sky. It is the sword unparalleled that changed the appearance. How is it personal? Who is he? What about Hui Yuanguo? Ultimately dominated by the second level. Immediately afterwards, many of these masters returned to God with a spirit and looked at Jian Wushuang while panicking. A white-haired white robe, a nearly invincible old man frowning. Shen Sheng said, "Boy, the old man asked you, what about Hui Yuanguo? Was it taken by you?" After he finished speaking, the other masters suddenly said, "Yes, boy, hand over Hui Yuanguo." Hui Yuanguo must have been taken by you. Quickly hand it over. Give up the fire fruit. It'll wait for you to die. Everyone, this man must have used some secret method, sneaked under the molten glass, and took away the fire fruit. One by one, scolded and mixed with coercion, Jian Wushuang's brow could not help but wrinkle gradually, and there was a touch of coldness in his eyes. Chapter 43-42. Hui Yuanguo, I didn't take it, just under this melt. You want to take it yourself. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, pressed his temper, and said calmly, "Did not get it. You said you didn't get it. What proof?" An ultimate master heard a cold hum and stared at Jian Wushuang, disdainfully asked. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes, coldness appeared again in his eyes, and asked, "How do you want me to prove?" The ultimate master immediately heard a sneer and sneered, saying, "It's very simple. Take out your fortune and check for us. If there is no fire fruit, we will believe you." Jian Wushuang heard the words, his eyes flickered, his eyes turned to look at others, and he asked indifferently, "Do you mean the same?" Facing Jian Wushuang's gaze, those masters didn't have any fear. Instead, they laughed back and said, "Okay, hand over Qian Kunji, let's check. Yes, if there is no fire element, we will naturally let you go. It will not be difficult. Well, boy, I warn you not to play tricks. So many of us. If you don't hand over the ring, today is your day of burying your bones." The threat of smirk continued to come, and the sword replied without expression on both sides. I explained it one last time. I said that I didn't take it, or I didn't take it. If you don't believe it, you can go and check it under the melt. After that, Jian Wushuang turned around and stepped on with his right foot, and then planned to leave. Want to leave without surrendering Hui Yuanguo? Not so easy. There must be a secret method to pass this flame magma. We captured him and forced to ask these secret methods. Stop this seat. An ultimate master is Xiu Charm, wearing a yellow robe, twisting his eyebrows, grabbing his right hand, and holding out his right hand, grabbing Jian Jianxia's shoulder. This catch of the wind is full of divine power. If Jian Wushuang is really the second-level master, I'm afraid that under this catch, even if not dead, there will be no combat power. Just because I suspect that I took Yuangua, it hurts the killer. Also, you asked for it. Jian Wushuang shook his head and sighed softly in his heart. Suddenly, a violent sword force rose into the sky with Jian Wushuang as the center, and it was horrifying in all directions. In this fierce sword atmosphere, the entire Huiyang star domain is like disaster coming, and it is booming instantly. Next moment, Jian Wushuang made a sword with his right hand and turned his head towards the ultimate master, who grabbed him. An open sky Jianmeng cut out instantly, tearing the void to 1,000 feet. This is the ultimate master, who was originally captured by Xiang Jian Wushuang, suddenly changed his face, and his eyes were astonished like ghosts. But it's too late to make a temporary move. He watched with all his eyes, this extremely beautiful Jianmeng constantly enlarged in his pupil and finally severely chopped on him. God body collapses. Destroyed. Sword spike. The audience instantly turned into a dead silence. Everyone was staring at Jian Wushuang, his eyes full of fear. Until a long time later, I saw a tall and burly ultimate master. Stepped out. Shen Sheng said, "Don't be afraid. Yuangua must be in this man's hands. Let's take a shot together to kill this person and get Yuangua." The voice fell, the others looked at each other, and then bit their teeth, focusing on the head. That's right, let's do it together. No matter how strong this person is, but the second level dominates Xiu Wei, it can never be our opponents. Kill. For a while, there were dozens of dominating the strong, even including the ultimate invincible, and at the same time killing swordsmen. Countless magical powers blasted out and smashed towards the sword Wushuang. Jian Wushuang saw this, and his expression became extremely cold instantly. "You look for death." Jian Wushuang Mori opened his mouth. Wu weeping sword appeared instantly on swordless hands. Swordless man's black hair flew up. One sword was cut off, and he shattered countless magical powers smashed at him. Then he flew out toward the dozens of masters. Kill the strong. A one-by-one killing has begun. The sword light is vertical and horizontal. The sword shadow is like weaving, and it is continuously cut off in the void. Countless blood descends, and the entire Yin-Yang starfield has become a field of Shura where the sea of blood floats. The sword, unparalleled sword, is completely opened, just like the bloodthirsty Shura. It is ruthless to slash with a sword take away a life. For the current sword, Wushuang, beating and killing the ordinary master in the same realm is even easier than crushing an ant. "No, don't kill me. Escape. I don't want Yuangua. Let me go." Countless people are shocked to find that they regard them as soft persimmons they can handle. At this moment, they are like killing gods, killing their lives, just like killing pigs and dogs. Suddenly, wailing sounds begged one after another. The sword Wushuang looked indifferent, and the Wu weapon sword in his hand didn't leave anything. In a short span of time, the whole number was dominated by 10 and was completely killed by Jian Wushuang. In the end, there was only one tall woman who was tall and charming, curled up in a ball, her body trembling, and she looked at Jian Wushuang in fear. Just now, she looked at her invincible brother Tuoba, who was split into two by the black man in front of her. The sword had no sides and no expression, and approached her step by step. As soon as he left the Temple of Life, his mind made a decision. This time, he left the Temple of Life for his escape. But once you take the shot, you need to use thunder to get rid of it. Never allow anything to reveal your identity. "No, don't come here, let me go." The glamorous woman looked at Jian Wushuang, who was approaching her step by step. Go to death. Jian Wushuang's eyes were lowered. At this moment, he had already collected the Wu Cry Excalibur, and the blood-colored sword ons on his fingers kept condensing. The glamorous woman looked at the sword without hands, and the horrifying sword-mangling turned her mind crazy. Just as the glamorous woman was in danger of life or death, she suddenly thought something, and suddenly shouted, "Sir, are you looking for the innate Dinghua Qi? I know there are a lot of innate Dinghua Qi except here." After speaking, she stared at Jian Wushuang tightly, daring to let go of any delicate expression on Jian Wushuang's face, and straightened her drums. In her extremely hopeful eyes, "Okay." Finally, Jian Wushuo paused, looked down at the paralyzed woman sitting on the ground with paralyzed chest, and asked her calmly, "How do you know that I'm looking for innate fire?" The enchanting woman looked at Jian Wushuang, who stopped her footsteps and breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that she was right. Chapter 43:43. The enchanting woman did not dare to sell her, and looked at Xiang Jianshuang and quickly explained, "My Excellency, I'm just making random guesses, because since you don't see the fire element fruit, you have to go under this cave magma. Then it must be under this cave magma. There is something more appealing to you. And the method you practiced is exactly sensitive to the firepower induction. Combined with the situation of the Huiyang star domain, you guessed that you are looking for congenital fire." After speaking, the charming woman didn't dare to breathe and looked at Jian Wushuang with a stunned look. It was not until a moment later that she heard Jian Wushuang's voice faintly sound. "You have an exquisite heart." Jian Wushuang's slightly jawhead was considered to verify the speculation of this charming woman. After a pause, he asked, "You said before, where there is still a lot of innate fire, but seriously?" The enchanting woman heard the words, and there was a sudden ecstasy on her face. She knew that since Jian Wushuang didn't do it for the first time, she asked him, which means that her life was finally saved. Taking a deep breath, the glamorous woman congratulated, "My Excellency, I am from the Holy Land. There is a huge fire pool in our Holy Land, and there is a large amount of innate fire." Jian Wushuang heard the words and narrowed his eyes suddenly and smiled and said, "Oh, you mean let me go to your holy place to get the breath of innate fire? At that time, I will follow you to the holy place. I'm afraid it's easy to get in, but hard to get out." The enchanting woman heard the words and immediately knew that her speech was a little naive. She thought about her teeth and said, "Sir, I know that there is a secret passage in the Holy Land leading to the congenital Dinghuoqi. If you believe me, I can assure you that I will never leak your news. After entering the Holy Land, I will take you to the congenital Dinghua without knowing it." Jian Wushuang heard no reply, but turned to look at the distant sky. His thoughts flashed on his face. He has heard of the Holy Land. According to the historical records in the Temple of Life, the Holy Ghost Shrine was one of the top forces in the entire universe before the 10,000 Chaos era, and it has a 10 very glorious past, but with the spirit after the ancestral spirit of the Holy Land fell, the Holy Land of the Holy Land could not stand up. In the recent 10,000 Chaos eras, it has continued to decline, and was even forced to move away from the depths of the universe, came into the wild wilderness of the universe. The Holy Spirit Holy Land is said to be an immortal Holy Land. The ancient Taoism has already been reduced to a third-class force in the universe. It is said that the Holy Spirit Holy Land now has true supremacy. Even if there is an extreme, it is only the lowest. It's a stretch. After a moment, Jian Wushuang retracted his gaze and looked back at the charming woman again and said lightly, "What's your name?" "Heart. Sir, you can call me Heart." The enchanting woman quickly returned, Jian Wushuang nodded his head and said casually, "Let's go, dominate your heart, and take me to your holy, holy shrine." Yes, the enchanting woman couldn't help it, and nodded quickly. Jian Wushuang gave her a slight glance and said, "Don't be too happy after going to Lingdi Holy Land. I hope you didn't lie to me, because you can't afford to lie to me." The enchanting woman heard the words and couldn't help but feel cold, and quickly bowed her head and said, "Dare not." Jian Wushuang said, "Let this heart dominate the way," and swept away towards the Holy Spirit, Holy Land. According to the Lord of the Heart, the Holy Land of Holy Spirit is not too far from here, and you can arrive in the spacecraft in more than a month. Jian Wushuang is not in a hurry. While letting Xin dominate the cosmic boat to lead the way, he sits down on his knees, silently refining the bronze ancient tripod. The difficulty of refining the bronze ancient tripod is unprecedented. Since he left the 5 planetary domains, the refining that he perseveres every day is only worth 1% of refining. Now he can only do it barely. Do not let the bronze ancient tripod escape. In the rest of the month, blink of an eye, soon a red planet appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. This planet is where the holy shrine is located. Don't abandon your lord. The Holy Land is here. He whispered. Jian Wushuang heard his words, slowly open his eyes, and a faint flicker passed from his eyes. In these days, Dominions is quite well behaved, like a tamed kitten, staying quietly beside Jian Wushuang, afraid to speak to disturb Jian Wushuang. "Let's go." Exhaling a stale air, Jian Wushuang stood up and left the spacecraft. This time when he came to the Holy Land, there was no fear in Jian Wushuang's heart. It doesn't matter whether this heart will dominate the Holy Land people after he reaches the Holy Land. Not to mention whether there is a supreme existence in this holy, holy place. Even if there is a supreme existence, today the sword is unparalleled, and he would not dare to say that he is superior to the supreme, but if he is going to go, he will not be able to keep the ordinary supreme. After closing the spacecraft, Jian Wushuang and Jixin dominated the Lingyin Holy Land side by side. First, the homage of the Hajj greeted him, and then he looked at Xiang Wushuang and wondered, "Elder mind, what is this?" My heart dominated with a flat expression and replied, "This is my old man. At my invitation, please come to see me as a guest. You don't need to take care of it. Let's go." It can be seen that the domineering heart is dominated by the lingering Holy Land. After she finished speaking, the 2 third-ranked masters stopped asking and let go. Entering the Lingbai Holy Land, 9 peaks of the heavenly mountains came into view. Jian Wushuang looked at the Lingbai Holy Land at Will, joking casually, "Are you still the elder of the Lingbai Holy Land?" My heart dominated with a bitter smile and replied, "Without abandoning your lord, as long as the Holy Land is the top and ultimate master, you can serve as elders, and it is not worth mentioning in front of you." Jian Wushuang nodded and stopped talking. Along the way, the 2 met with a lot of disciples in the Holy Land. They could see that their hearts were dominated in the Holy Land of Holy Land. The disciples stopped when they saw the hearts of the Holy Land. "Congratulations. My heart is dominated by a docile gentleman in front of the sword without double sides. But in the presence of these disciples of the Holy Ghost, they immediately changed their secondary expressions. Don't abandon your excellency. The congenital Dinghuoqi is just behind these 9 peaks and is guarded by the elders of Jufeng separately. After 3 days, it is my turn. You go to my cabin to rest. After 3 days, when I am on rotation, you will be taken to the congenital Dinghuo Pond. Can you see it? After there were no disciples in the Holy Land nearby, the master of the heart suddenly lowered his head and bent slightly, said congratulatingly. Chapter 43-44. Jian Wu's eyes flickered, and he groaned slightly before answering, "Yes." Then, the master of the heart took the sword Wu Shuang, headed towards the Lingji Jiufeng, and walked towards the seventh peak on the left. Before the two reached the seventh peak, they saw at the foot of the mountain a big man like a tower who was constantly pacing from time to stop and look out. When he saw He Jian Wushuang coming to dominate later, there was a stubborn smile on his face, and he strode over. Well, worries, this time you go to Yenyang's starfield to compete for the fire fruit. Are you okay? When the master of the heart saw the towering man, his eyes flashed with disgust, and he returned with a cold face. Elder Lao's Han, if I have something, can you still see me now? The Iron Tower man, who was called Elder Lao's Han, suddenly heard the words, and then scratched his head. He said, "Hey, what you said?" The heart-minded expression of the domineering heart is cold. He said, "Let us go, I'll go back to the peak first." Elder Lao's Han nodded, just as he flickered aside. When he was about to let his heart dominate, his face suddenly changed slightly, shouting, "Slow!" Sun Xian dominated his footsteps for a while. Xiao Mei frowned slightly and asked, "Lang Shan, what do you want to do?" I saw the thick smile on the elder Lao's Han's face slowly converge, and looked at Xiang Jianwushuang with a bad look. His voice was somber, hesitant. "Who is this guy?" On his face, there was still the thick and honest look of half a minute ago. Hearing the questioning, Su Xian dominated his face, suddenly changed slightly, a headache, and secretly said in his heart, "I knew that there would be no good things when encountering this sister-in-law." After taking a deep breath, Zhanxin said as usual, "This is a former friend. I was specially invited to come and meet me. Is there any problem? A former friend? Together?" Elder Lao's Han squinted his eyes, and a maze of green beans flashed in his small eyes. Then he looked up at Jian Wushuang and asked coldly, "Boy, I ask you, what is your relationship with Elder Xian? All the women living in the seventh peak, are you doing?" As soon as this word came to an end, Jisun dominated and looked at Jian Wushuang, winked at Jian Wushuang, and wanted Jian Wushuang to follow her words. Jian Wushuang's expression was indifferent. When he heard the words, he looked at him and said calmly, "What's the matter with you?" "What does it matter to me?" The elder Lao's Han laughed suddenly and said, "Boy, Elder Xin is a lord who the Lord is going to hand in to me. Do you say that it has anything to do with me?" Jian Wushuang heard the words and was about to speak again. "Enough, Shishan. Don't say I haven't become an acquaintance with you. Even if I am an acquaintance with you, my personal affairs can't be helped by you." Having said that, she grabbed the cuff of sword, unparalleled. "Don't abandon your excellency. Let's go." The heart dominated the elder Lao's Han and took Wu Jianshuang and hurried toward the seventh peak. Behind the two, the cup of heart beat the elder Lao's Han, who broke away, and his face suddenly became extremely iron. He stared fiercely at the back of Jian Wushuang and Xin. His fist rattled. "Bitch, you wait. This one wants you to surrender under me sooner or later." There was a touch of ugliness on the face of Elder Lao's Han, and after watching the film Engraving Time of Jian Wushuang and Xian, he snorted and left, waiting for the Elder Lao's Han to go far away. The heart-minded master, who has reached the mid-mountain position, finally let out a long sigh of relief and quickly released the cuff of the sword unparalleled, saying with some sincerity, "Don't abandon your excellency. It's really helpless to offend just now, and I ask you to plead guilty." Before Jian Wushuang was in Yenyang's starfield, the pictures of one person and one sword slaughtering everyone were vivid. She was afraid that Jian Wushuang would be unhappy, so she would open a killing ring in Lingdi Holy Land. If that was the case, there would be no one to block Jian Wushuang in this huge Lingdi star area. Anyway, Jian Wushuang smiled slightly and asked casually, "He is dominated by the heart. The elder Lao's Han just now is your companion?" Hearing the master, he sighed and said helplessly, The priests still can't talk about it, but the Lord made his own claim and gave him to me. Speaking of which, my heart dominated the expression for a while. Jian Wushuang nodded, and no longer asked for him as long as he entered the congenital Dinghua after 3 days, and took away the congenital Dinghua. As for any love or hatred between the two, he did not want to understand and felt interest. The 7th peak is several million feet high. The two went up while chatting, but the speed was not fast. It took only a few minutes to reach the summit. This 7th peak is just like the elder Laozhan said. Looking up, as long as the disciples can be seen, they are all heroic female disciples. When they see the elders who want to come cold in the weekdays, they bring men. Entering the 7th peak, the expression suddenly staggered. Who is that man? Are they good old friends with elders out there? No wonder the elders have been hesitant to accept Elder Laozhan. If this man looks good, he is indeed better than the rough Elder Laozhan, but it seems to be lower. The 2nd grade dominates the repair. The elder of Xinshin is the ultimate dominator. This man is not worthy of the elder of Xinshin. The sound of a mosquito-like discussion sounded, and my heart dominated the flushing of the face. Noise. Don't you need to practice? Chew your tongue here? Pan Xian dominated his face, and said loudly. Suddenly, these female disciples who were sacred to the sacred place were shocked, and quickly became birds and beasts scattered. After doing all this, the master of the heart secretly glanced at Jian Wushuang, seeing Jian Wushuang's face as usual without any emotional fluctuations. He could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. I just don't know why. She didn't know something, and where did she come from disappointed? Turning left and right, Zhu Xinshin dominated sword Wushuang came to a quiet house with red walls and green tiles, and the entrance was filled with purple bamboo, and said, "Don't abandon your excellency. This is my room. You are here to rest and rest. That is, I will order later and not allow others to approach and disturb. 3 days later, when I take the rotation of the congenital Dinghua, I will show you to the congenital Dinghua." Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. His look did not fluctuate. "Then do not abandon your excellency. You have a good rest here. I have to go and tell the Lord Sovereign about the Yenyang star domain." Having said that, I was afraid that Jian Wushuang would think more about it, and then quickly added, "Don't abandon your excellency. You can rest assured that I won't say anything about you. Go on." Jian Wushuang swayed, signaled nothing, and then gently opened the wooden door of this quiet house. Chapter 43-45. I saw that the sword light that used starlight to destroy the sky and destroy the earth was almost just an instantaneous time, and then it broke into the palm of the white-haired, indifferent figure. Immediately afterwards, a shocking scene happened. This mighty sword that was infinitely horrible and indescribable was split on the palm of this white-haired, indifferent figure, as white as jade, and suddenly burst into sparks like a childish dance sword on the towering Mount Tai. But even this scar of the palm cannot be caused. This white-haired, indifferent figure refused to let it go. Immediately afterwards, a low, icy voice heard from the figure's mouth. "Are you embroidering the needle? Who is this soft sword to kill?" The next moment, the white-haired, indifferent figure closed with 5 fingers, and the star sword suddenly broke, making an overwhelming clicking sound. Immediately, countless starlights shattered and mighty powers were wiped out. This starlight sword turned directly into powder, and the elder Fei Xian, when this white-haired, indifferent figure appeared, the cricket on his face had already been replaced by fear. I saw that he took a sigh of air conditioning and did not dare to pass the channel. King of 9 and 9 calamities. The shadow of a person's famous tree. No matter before or after the Supreme, the fame of the King of the 9 calamities was all he killed with a punch and a kick. When Jian Wushuang created a new myth in the universe, King Jiujia also continued his legend in the ancient sky. If it is said that if there is no sword unparalleled, the King of Nine Calamities is the most in the universe during this time. King of the Ninth Calamity, shouldn't you be in the ancient road of Shinkong now? Elder Faxian watched King Jujia tightly and snored. King Jujia was expressionless and said indifferently, "You're called Faxian, aren't you? What kind of ability is it to be a supreme master, to bully the ultimate master? If you have the ability, fight with this seat." "No, King Nine Calamities, listen to me explain." He didn't even wait for him to finish. The king of Josai stepped on the foot directly across thousands of miles, and his right palm was raised and photographed towards the elder Fei Xian. This palm comes out. The heavens and the earth turned upside down. The sun and the moon were suspended. Chaos reopened. The entire space was destroyed, turned into a storm center, and countless space debris swept up as if the wind was rolling down, surging and slamming in all directions. "King of the Nine Calamities, you deceive people too much." Seeing that his face sank, Elder Fei Xian retreated backwards while splitting out several star swords in succession, intending to kill and stop the King of Nine Calamities. "Ants!" The King of Jojia indifferently opened his mouth, but he came hard to carry the star sword, rushed to the Elder Fei Xian, and the palm of his white as jade was pressed down severely and smashed into the white sword. "Huh!" A roar exploded. This magic sword, with the power of the ultimate power of the rule, under the palm of the 9 kings of the calamity, seemed to be unable to bear it, and issued a wailing sound, and released from the elder Faxian. And the elder Fei Xian, his face turned pale suddenly like a shooting star, instantly fell from 1,000,000 miles high, hit a star fiercely, and even the huge impact force directly shocked the star it's broken. With just one palm, Elder Fei Xian lost. After taking this palm, King Jujia no longer manages it. With the Elder Fei Xian in his palm, the body is on the verge of collapse, and naturally there is the ordinary supreme of the life shrine to solve him. He slowly turned around and looked at Jian Wushuang. His original cold face gradually melted, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "The sword is unparalleled. It's been a long time." Jian Wushuang looked at the king of Jojia and sighed in his heart. "This guy is still as strong as ever. Long time no see." Jian Wushuang smiled slightly at him. The two of them had black hair and black, cool and handsome, and their eyes were clear, and the other hit white snow, with white hair hanging down at will, as if the untouched ant shot the fairy with deep eyes. Jian Wushuang and Jiu Jiawang are also the perfect level of life. They are also from the Temple of Life. They also have their own legendary epics, but this universe and this era are recognized as peerless Tianjiao. Under the shadow of the two, everything on the battlefield became overshadowed. The sword is unparalleled. You can use a body of master to push the supreme divine realm to this field with your own strength. I was not as good as you." Jijiawang smiled lightly, and then came down from the starry sky with a negative hand. "Speaking of which, this seat is now more and more looking forward to what you will look like when you break through to the supreme. At that time, this seat will definitely compare with you again." Jian Wushuang smiled when he heard the words, but did not answer. But the words turned and asked, Zhoujiang, when did you come out of the ancient road in the sky?" The King of Nine Calamity narrowed his eyes. A flash of narrowness flashed in his eyes, and some of them quipped rarely, "Your swords and swords have all received invitations to the grand event of the nations in the ancient road of the starry sky. Will this seat not be available? Then you not bad?" After speaking, he turned his right hand, and a piece of white jade appeared in his hand. This white jade is similar to what Jian Wushuang got from Master Lan, but at the edge of this white jade, there is another layer of gold thread. Jian Wushuang heard the words and could not help but said, "King of the 9 robbers, why do you like it more than me?" The Jijiawang snorted and said nothing. Speaking of which, he has always been arrogant and indifferent. He never likes to talk to others, but I don't know why. Before the sword has two sides, he will always unconsciously reveal the childlike mind. Passing from the side of Jian Wushuang, the king of Jiujia looked up at Supreme Gafu, arching his hand. Master Gafu. Gafu's supreme sat high for 9 days and nodded when he heard the words. His expression had always changed little. At this moment, he was also slightly jaw-headed and smiled softly. It's good to return home safely. The following battles have nothing to do with Jian Wushuang. After only a few jaw sticks, the 5 Supremes that have come together have been stabbed by the 4 Chief Supremes, such as Bloodwave and Giant Axe. They have never been hesitants. Once they have decided to take action, they will directly use the means of thunder and cut off the grass. After a moment, there was only one left over in the entire cold and dark universe. The 5 Supreme Masters had all died, and the star fields around the Palace of Life had been shattered a lot, turning into numerous meteorite fragments, suspended in the starry sky. Among them, only those 5 space battleships still stayed there, declared the defeat of the 5 major forces. Back to the palace. Gav supremely opened his mouth. Yes, Bloody Supreme and others were stained with blood, and the congratulations should be. Immediately, the class returned to the palace one after another, and the rest of the mess was solved by the disciples of their own life. After returning to the Temple of Life, far apart, Jian Wushuang saw that Lung Rushuang was leaning in front of the palace door and waiting for him, and his picturesque brows were full of worries for Jian Wushuang. Seeing Jian Wushuang returning safely, her tight frown just slowly relaxed. Chapter 43-46. The battle between the Shrine of Life and the dragons swept the entire universe, and almost no one in the universe did not know this battle. Jian Wushuang heard the words and couldn't help but move in his heart. After he came out of the Life Shrine, he was nonstop on his way. He really didn't know much about the battle in the Life Shrine. But this does not mean that Jian Wushuang has forgotten this war because of him. In the entire universe, no one is more eager to know the results of this war than him, and no one is more eager to participate in this war than him. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang depressed the eager thoughts in his heart, making himself look like usual, and asked blandly, "What happened to that battle?" Master Zhu Exian opened his mouth with a smile and replied, "Don't abandon your lord. That war is over." Speaking of the Temple of Life is really tenacious. With so many top powers jointly struggling, the Chamber of Resistance has persisted for a long time. Jian Wushuang heard the words in his heart tightly. Listening to this tone, could the Life Shrine be unable to persist? Immediately, Jian Wushuang forcibly suppressed the trembling thoughts in his heart and squeezed a smile on his face. "You talk carefully." He Xinzhu dominated Wen Yan and thought for a while and nodded. "Okay, but I don't know much. They are all the most widely spread news in the universe." After speaking, the Master of the Heart slowly talked about the battle in the Temple of Life. She said to herself, when she said that the life and death of the Temple of Life was severe, she did not notice the complexion of Jian Wushuang next to her, and she had already become sad. Speaking of the White Tiger Supreme of the Life Shrine, it is really awesome. One person battles the 3 top Supremes, and even before he dies, he kills one of the top Supremes of the Taishu Temple. By the time Master Sun said that, Jian Wushuang's fists had been clenched, and his nails had sunk into the flesh, and there was no hint of redness. The White Tiger Supreme, he doesn't get along very much, but in his impression, the White Tiger Supreme is an extremely addictive and generous Supreme, and once shot with the Great Axe Supreme and others to save his life. Unexpectedly, even this White Tiger Supreme fell into this battle. Later, the Axe Supreme was attacked by the top 5 Supreme Extremes and was seriously injured. If it were not for the timely support of the Bloodwave Supreme, I am afraid that he has already followed in the footsteps of the White Tiger Supreme. The master of Xinshin continued to say. When hearing this, Jian Wushuang only felt a sadness from his heart. Although the giant axe is silent and unspeakable, Jian Wushuang can feel that the great axe has the love from his heart. In Jian Wushuang's heart, the importance of the giant axe is also in the Palace of Life, second only to the existence of the blood wave. Breathing deeply 3 times in a row, both sides of the sword forcibly suppressed the throbbing thoughts in their hearts. Gradually, the master of the heart finished talking. She was just the ordinary master of the wild wasteland of the universe, so she didn't know much about it, only knowing the last thing. The war suddenly came to an end somehow, and supreme governance fell asleep. The White Tiger Supreme fell. The giant axe died with respect to injury. The Supreme fell asleep, and there are more dead disciples of life. Jian Wushuang only felt a heavy stone pressing in his heart, especially heavy. Because of him alone, the entire shrine of life was almost destroyed. My sword is unparalleled, and I am ashamed of the temple of life. Breathing a deep breath, Jian Wushuang made a decision at the same time. Dragons, Diwu Temple, Dairy Kingdom, Qiyang Kingdom, Taishu Temple, Blood Temple. I have sword warriors in mind. Today, my sword Wushuang issued a great wish. In this life, if my sword Wushuang does not settle these 6 forces, I will not be human. The sadness faded, and a sense of killing was struck by Jian Wushuang, pressing his arms and legs in his chest. No, don't abandon your excellency. What's wrong with you? The heart-minded master who was chatting and talking next to him saw Jian Wushuang suddenly feel extremely cold, and he was startled and asked quickly. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath. His expression returned to normal and said lightly, "It's all right." I do not dare to ask more, but I nodded and continued to walk towards the congenital Dinghuoqi with the sword Wushuang. It wasn't long before a large lake appeared in front of Jian Wu. He Xinjian said, "Don't abandon your excellency. This access to the congenital Dinghua Pond is inside the Great Lake." Jian Wushuang nodded his head without thinking too much. When he stepped on his foot, he suddenly blasted towards this big lake. After a muffled sound, the surface of the lake spread ripples, and the figure of Jian Wushuang disappeared into the big lake. Dominion dominated the lake for a long time, leaving the same, and went in the other direction. What she didn't find was that, a moment after she left, a tall, burly man in black stepped out to reveal his figure from the void. "Bitch, this passage to the congenital Dinghua Pond, do you think that only you know it? Huh, even colluded with outsiders, come to the sect to steal the congenital Dinghua gas. I will report this to the Lord. I see how get it. And that boy, you dare to come to my holy place to steal the innate fire? You are dead." This tall and burly man, with green eyes and small bones, is running slowly, and his face is full of ruthlessness. It is Elder Laozhan who follows him all the way. His eyes flashed fiercely, and after thinking for a moment, he planned to turn away and report the matter to the Lord of the Holy Land, Gollum. Suddenly, there was a ripple of ripples on the calm lake. Boom! Immediately afterwards, the entire lake surface exploded, and a large hand formed by the towering divine power broke out from the lake surface, and fought hard towards the Elder Laozhan. The Elder Laozhan's face changed suddenly. He raised his hand and waved a magical power, blasting towards this big hand. However, the magic power of Elder Laozhan banged on this big hand, and it suddenly seemed to be like an egg hitting a stone, and instantly shattered. Then the big hand was pressed down, and the Elder Laozhan was pinched, pulled back, and dragged in, among the Great Lakes. Gollum! The lake was calm again, and nothing seemed to have happened. The bottom of the lake. Elder Lao's Han looked at Jian Wushuang with a look of horror. Lips trembled. Who are you? What do you want to do? Learn smarter in your next life. Don't be so curious. Jian Wushuang glanced at him, and under the pinch of his big hand, he directly pinched this Elder Lao's Han into a fan powder, which destroyed everything. After doing all this, Jian Wushuang's expression was indifferent, as if he had only done a trivial matter. Gaze turned slightly. Jian Wushuang looked down at the other side of the lake, a vortex like a starry wormhole in which a stream of heat continued to blow out. This should be the passage to the congenital Dinghua Pond. Jian Wu's footsteps slammed hard, suddenly like a cannonball, blasted towards this vortex, pulling a long string of white waves at the bottom of the lake. Still looking for free novel? Baidu direct search. It is easy to read a novel. Chapter 43-47. Gollum. This vortex is a long, narrow passage. After Jian Wushuang plunged into this vortex, he continued to blast forward. Gradually, he felt that the surrounding lake was getting hotter and hotter, and the front was even hotter. There was a flash of fire. I do not know how long it has been. Puff, like crossing the temperature jump layer. Jian Wushuang emerged from the water instantly and was shocked by the picture in front of him. After seeing through this narrow passage, the front vision suddenly opened up, and a huge furnace and fire furnace appeared in front of him. This melting pot of fire is huge, hidden deep in the ground, and countless blood-red flames, sticky like water, constantly emerging, burning the void. This is all innate fire. The expression of Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly burst into ecstasy. You must know that he had only absorbed the breath of Otaki with the thickness of his fingers before he awakened the bronze ancient tripod. Later, he could not absorb the fist-sized Dinghua air, making the bronze ancient tripod again. Go up one level. Nowadays, this congenital Dinghua seems to be absorbed by the bronze ancient tripod. To what extent will the bronze ancient tripod soar? Jian Wu's eyes twinkled, and in his ring, the bronze ancient tripod made a violent shock like never before. San! Jian Wushuang spread out his right hand, grabbed a glance at the furnace fire pool, and in time, countless divine power poured out of him, forming this congenital fire pool into a huge enclosed space. Subsequently, Jian Wushuang no longer suppressed the bronze ancient tripod and let the bronze ancient tripod shoot out from the ring of Qianquan. Hey! Suddenly, the bronze ancient tripod was suspended in the air, spinning continuously and making several long howls. The next moment, I saw this bronze ancient tripod as a monarch of fire. Like a whale sucking water, countless innate Dinghua gas burst out of the pond and quickly poured into the bronze ancient tripod. 1, 2, 3. In the blink of an eye, countless innate auras of fire, intertwined with each other, came from all directions, with the bronze ancient tripod as the center. Bronze ancient tripod, its dents covered with sun, and mighty Jian Wushuang blinked like this bronze ancient tripod. Wouldn't it all the congenital Dinghua Qi here? This aura of innate fire is the cornerstone of spiritual practice in the Holy Land. It's nothing. Shaking his head, Jian Wu sat on both knees, slowly closing his eyes, and the divine power continued to flow from his arms, refining the bronze ancient tripod. This practice is the passage of 3 years. Congenital Dinghua outside the pool. Shi Xian dominates, quietly sitting cross-legged. Xiaomei frowns slightly. From time to time, she looked down at the blocked congenital Dinghuoqi, and sometimes she looked up into the distance, with a touch of anxiety on her face. It's been 3 years. Don't abandon your excellency. Why haven't you come out yet? It was a bit of anxiety to dominate the heart. It had been 3 years since Jian Wushuang entered the congenius Dinghuoqi. During these 3 years, she had not seen the trace of Jian Wushuang, but she could feel that the Dinghua in the congenital Ding Huiqi Qi is decreasing at a speed that is visible to the naked eye. This made her heart start to tremble. If Jian Wushuang only absorbed a little innate fire, it doesn't matter. She came with the sword and finally left silently. No one would find out. However, if Jian Wushuang absorbs too much, the result will be different. This congenital Dinghua pond is the congenital Dinghua Qi that has been hoarded since the Chaos Ages for tens of thousands of times. The Lord of the Holy Land repeatedly reported. However, in the 3 years she has guarded the congenital Dinghua pool, the congenital Dinghua gas consumed in the congenital Dinghua pool is full of a number of Chaos Ages. In the entire Lingding Holy Land, with such a large amount of consumption, once things are revealed, even if she is broken, she cannot afford such responsibilities. Just as she was stunned in her heart, there was a sudden footsteps behind her. Who? Suddenly, the heart dominated. Elder mind, it is me. Lord sent me to get some innate fire. With the words, a boy with a gourd came in. My heart dominated when he saw the situation, and he could not help but feel a little loose. Fortunately, it was only the boy under the Lord. Well, give me the gourd. You can wait for me here. The heart dominates the expression, pretending to be bland. Okay, then trouble, elder heart. The boy grinned. No trouble. The heart-minded master smiled, and immediately took the gourd and inserted it into a fist-sized hole. Suddenly, a steady stream of Dinghua rushed in, filling the gourd gradually. When the boy saw that he was okay, he said arrogantly, Elder mind, I ask the Lord, this congenital Dinghuoqi, is it all right? The domineering heart holding the gourd trembled when he heard that he didn't turn his head back, and a smile on his face squeezed out. I'm here in person. What can happen? The boy nodded his head. I didn't notice the strangeness in the voice of Lord Dominion, and said casually, Elder Minshin, do you know where Elder Minshan has gone? Recently, the Lord asked him something, searched the Holy Land, and didn't see him. Oh, Shishan is gone. He frowned. Yes, Elder Laozhan has disappeared for a while, and since you came back from the mission, everyone has seen him and never seen him again. Maybe somewhere to retreat. My heart dominated my heart, and for some reason, I felt that the news of Elder Shishan had a great relationship with Jian Wushuang. Probably. The boy is not suspected of having him. After a while, the heart-minded master will give the gourd to the boy. The boy immediately thanked him and waved his hand and laughed, Elder heart-minded, then I will not be here any longer. Lord is still waiting. Dinghua Qi. Walk slowly, then I won't give it away. After a while, the boy left, and his heart sighed with relief. Immediately, she looked down at the gate of the blocked, innate Dinghuoqi again, and her eyes became more and more worried. There are still 7 years to go, and it is time to re-rotate. At that time, the Dinghua gas in the congenital Dinghua pool will be greatly reduced, and it will definitely be discovered. Time flicked, and 7 years passed again. Congenital Dinghua pond. The congenital Dinghua gas that had originally been in the ocean has shrunk in a large arc. In 10 years, the congenital Dinghua gas in this congenital Dinghua pool was at least 70% less. The bronze ancient tripod is suspended in the void, just like a gigantic beast, tirelessly devouring a large amount of innate Dinghua gas. Chapter 43-48. Hey, the bronze ancient tripod was suspended in the air, spinning slowly. All of a sudden, the thickness of each finger was like a serpent-like innate fire from the pool, and then poured into the bronze ancient tripod, and was swallowed and refined. For a full 10 years, the bronze ancient tripod no longer absorbs the congenital Dinghua gas, and the congenital Dinghua pool, which was still not deep at the bottom, has almost reached the bottom. and the bronze ancient tripod that devoured a large amount of congenital Dinghua gas has suddenly changed its appearance again. I saw the original simple and glorious bronze ancient Ding Ding. At this moment is covered with flame patterns. These flame patterns flow away and spread, reflecting the dark Ding body, a glamorous red. Bursts of power burst out from the ancient bronze tripod, and the power was fascinating and shivering. If it weren't for the divine power laid down by the sword, the power would be blocked layer by layer. I'm afraid that the whole sacred place would surrender under this power. In the void, not far from the bronze ancient tripod, the sword sat cross-legged, his eyes closed, his black hair hanging down like an ancient sculpture. In the past 10 years, his refining of bronze ancient tripods has been unprecedentedly fast, and he has fully refined the bronze ancient tripods by 30%. Even he can try to control the innate Dinghua Qi in the bronze ancient tripod, and only one ray of innate Atsuki Qi. What is this concept? Ever since ancient times, no one has ever heard of someone who can control the innate 5 elements. What is innate? It is the chaos, the heavens, the highest level of energy in the universe. This innate era of 5 elements can be used to assist in spiritual practice, and it can be used to comprehend and create your own power of the 5 elements of the day after tomorrow. For example, the previous 5 elements God, and now the Ling Ling Holy Land, are used in this way. However, it is impossible to directly control the innate 5 elements, which has never been done in ancient times. Or even if there is, but in the understanding of Jian Wushuang, it has never been heard. It will probably take a few days, and the innate Dinghua gas in this innate Dinghua will be absorbed. And this bronze ancient tripod will reach a state of saturation and consummation on the innate aura of fire among the 5 elements. Jian Wushuang slowly opened his eyes, and a red mang flickered from his eyes. At the same time, he made a good decision in his heart, and after leaving the congenital Dinghua pond, he left a lot of cosmic source stones and law treasures as compensation, holy shrines. His sword is unparalleled, and he never likes to take advantage of others. Since the innate Dinghua gas in this congenital Dinghua pool has been absorbed by the bronze ancient dingers, he will find a way to supplement it from other places. Over the years, he has fought for the north and the south. First, he obtained the Taro treasures from the Taro ruins, and later scraped tens of thousands of years in the ancient road of Shinkong, the accumulated natural treasures, and the source stones of the universe. Even some of the top extremes are worse. Therefore, he is also confident that the treasure he left to the Holy Land of Holy Land will never be lower than this pool of congenital fire. Congenital Dinghua outside the pool. My heart dominated his face, and he paced back and forth. Today is the time when the guardian of the congenital Dinghua is on duty in the Linghu Holy Land, and the elders who have come to the duty have been waiting outside for a long time. What can I do now? Ji Xinju turned his head and glanced at the black mirror that showed the total amount of congenital Dinghua Qi, and his face was desperate for a moment. I saw the congenital Dinghua Qi displayed on the black mirror, and there was only one layer left. Once she was seen by the elder who took the turn, she didn't need to guess that she knew that she was finished. Don't worry. What other fame are you doing? How long will the old man wait outside? Outside the congenital Dinghua Qi, the elder Yanbin, who was in charge of taking over the rotation, took over impatiently. Elder Yanbin, it will take a while. You wait a little. My heart dominated a smile on my face and replied loudly. Her voice shuddered. The elder Yanbin snorted and said, "Well, I don't care what you have to do, and the husband will give you a jaw stick time. After a jaw stick time, regardless of whether you agree or not, the husband will come in." After this sentence, the congenital Dinghua Qi was quiet, and there was no reply. Tickle. Time is slowly flowing away, and the time for a jaw stick is coming soon. The elder Yenbin, who was waiting outside the door of the congenital Dinghuochi, could not wait any longer, and his face suddenly became gloomy. "Don't worry, the old man has to see. What the are you doing?" "Huh." The next moment, his right palm shot fiercely, banging on the bronze gate outside Dinghuochi. The congenital Dinghua Pond, located in the Linghu Holy Land, is like a circle that continues to expand. Each ring covers a ring. On each ring, the disciples of the Lingyuan Holy Land are defended by the Yen family. The core is located at the deepest place, congenital Ding Huichi, outside. It is the elder caretaker who dominates the stay. Boom! With the right palm of the elder Yen Bien slamming on the bronze gate, suddenly a shock shaking suddenly exploded. The intensity of this shock is directly in the entire Ling Di Holy Land. As if it caused an earthquake, countless earths are split, and countless voids are crushed, as if they are in the end of disaster. The wind is angry, the world is discolored, and the world seems to be in chaos again. No words can describe the power of this shock. The elder Yenbin's face changed suddenly, and he naturally knew that this shock was not all the inspiration in his palm. He hadn't waited for him to think about it. The next moment, a huge shock wave exploded from the congenital Dinghua pool, then swept away in all directions, and instantly smashed the bronze ancient door, then hit it severely on the elder Yenbound, smashing him close to 1,000 feet. What exactly is it? The elder Yenbin fell to the ground, terrified, exclaimed. In his horrified eyes, he saw a fiery red bronze tripod that burst out from the innate Dinghua pond at the core and blasted away. Immediately, a flower bloomed in front of him, and he saw a young man wearing a black robe with fur on his face, but not appearing rugged, following behind the bronze ancient tripod and chasing it out. Slightly longer, and want to escape again? Jian Wushuang smiled angrily, flashing a cold mang in his eyes, probing hard with his right hand, and directly grasping the bronze ancient tripod that he wanted to escape. The next moment, the sword Wushuang cast the mystery of dragon's blood. Tens of thousands of times the majestic divine power poured out madly, and suppressed this bronze ancient tripod. Boom boom. The bronze ancient tripod vibrated wildly, constantly trying to break away from the swordless hands. However, Jian Wushuang's 5 distinct knuckle fingers are like pouring molten iron. No matter how the ancient bronze tripod struggled, he stood still and suppressed it. The sharp sword energy erupted from between 5 fingers and was drawn on the bronze ancient tripod fiercely. Gradually, the struggle of bronze Guding weakened. Jian Wushuang felt the fading power in the bronze ancient tripod, and his eyes were even colder. Fortunately, he refined the bronze ancient tripod by 30%. Otherwise, he would rely on his own strength, and he was afraid that he could not suppress it. Bronze ancient tripod, filled with the instinctive energy of Manchi. Chapter 43-49. Now, honest, Jian Wushuang gave a cold hum and turned his right hand and retrieved the bronze ancient tripod from the Qinquan ring. Raising his head, Jian Wushuang couldn't help but stunned, and saw that the Ling Holy Land under his feet had been transformed into a fragment of a wall under the shock wave of the bronze ancient tripod. Numerous disciples of Ling Holy Land were looking up, staring at him, dumbfounded. Who are you? The elder Yenbin was paralyzed, sitting in a fragment of the wall, staring in horror at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang said, a little guilty conscience. Da. Behind the sword, a rapid footsteps sounded. Immediately, I saw that under the shock wave, there were also some embarrassed enthusiasts who ran quickly. Do not abandon your excellency. My heart dominated the chest and wheezed slightly. The elder Yenbin shrank his eyes, sometimes looking at Xiang Jianwushuang, sometimes looking at the dominating heart, and finally seemed to understand something. His face changed. Okay, don't worry. You colluded with outsiders and entered the congenital Dinghua. You are in big trouble. As soon as his voice dropped, he saw a stream of flames dragging the tail flames from the position of the 7 peaks of Lingzhu and quickly burst through the air. In this flame streamer, there is a sound boom. In just a few breaths, the flame streamer appeared in front of everyone. Countless flames dissipated, revealing a majestic middle-aged man with red hair and 2 eyes of fire. "Sir Lord, meet the Lord." Suddenly, many disciples in the surrounding sacred holy places, as well as the elders who were dominated by their hearts and the elders who were bound by the heart, all kneeled down on one knee. This majestic middle-aged man is the contemporary Lord of the Holy Land. At this moment, Ling Di, the Lord's complexion, was a complexion. He first glanced at Jian Wushuang coldly, and then immediately fell on the prince, who said, "Take me to see Ding Huiqi first." My heart dominated, and no one knew better than her about the situation in the congenital Ding Huoqi. The congenital Dinghua, accumulated in the tens of thousands of chaos periods in the pond, has no drop now. She couldn't imagine how the Lord Ling Ling would fall into this state if he saw this scene. Yes, taking a deep breath, my heart dominated the scalp. Then the Lord of Hearts and the Lord of the Hearts walked step by step toward the congenital Dinghua pool. The congenital Dinghua pool is hidden under the ground, and the gate, consisting of 10,000 years of ice and cold black iron, has blocked the congenital Dinghua pool firmly. At this moment, the gate made of these 2 cold and cold black irons has been completely blown open by a bronze ancient tripod, revealing a huge cave. Numerous scorching breaths emerged from this cave. Ling Ling, with a somber face, walked towards the cave, just looking down. In an instant, the Lord of the Ghosts fell like an ice cellar, his expression completely stagnant. Innate. What about Dinghua? Next moment, Ling Ling's body shivered. In his eyes, I saw that the innate Dinghua was originally stored in the deep innate Dinghua pool. At this moment, it was empty, and there was no drop of innate Dinghua gas left. What about innate fire? A heartbreaking howl emanated from the mouth of the Lord Ling Ling. Immediately afterwards, he saw the Lord Ling Ling turned his head suddenly, and he looked eagerly at the Lord of the Heart and Sword Master, his body shaking with anger. It... Boom. Immediately, a momentum of invincible burst out, centered on the Lord of the Divine Puppets. Ling Ling, Lord, was instantly furious to the extreme. Suddenly, the main body saw the situation, and suddenly covered with cold hair, a row of fine cold sweat appeared on his forehead. As soon as she was about to speak, Jian Wushuang stepped out and stood in front of her. "Your mission is done. Leave the rest to me." Jian Wushuang smiled slightly at her, then turned her eyes to look at the Lord Ling Ling. Shun Chan said, Lord, that's it, you listen to me. I said you..." Ling Ling's lord looked pale, and immediately stepped on it, grabbing toward the sword, unparalleled. At this moment, he had fallen into rage. Where could he hear the next half-sentence? A golden sharp gun suddenly appeared in the hand of the Lord of the Gods. He stepped on it, and endless flames appeared directly on his legs. Every step he took was a flame mark in the air. "Go die." At the next moment, the Lord Ling Ling stabbed forward fiercely, and instantly the golden lance was stabbed fiercely towards the swordless pair of skulls. Countless flames spewed from the tip of the sharp gun. Jian Wushuang saw a slight frown on his brow, leaping back 1 step, avoiding the thorn, and at the same time he said in a deep voice, "Holy Lord, calm down first." "I can't calm down." Ling Ling's lord is flushed with eyes and gasping. If there are not so many disciples present, I'm afraid he can't help crying. the congenital Dinghuochi, but the linguistic Holy Land has a whole number of 10,000 chaos times. And now, the whole 10,000 number of chaos times. All have made Jian Wushuang a wedding dress disappearing. Who can bear this? After seeing the Lord of the Divine Lord roaring, he bullied himself again, and the flaming gold gun in his hand hit the banana like a violent storm and like a big bead, and a bead falling on the jade plate. He shot thousands of shots instantly, stabbed sword unparalleled. Hey! Numerous gun shadows overlapped and intertwined, and each shot stabbed like a roar of a fire dragon, terrifying to the extreme. Jian Wushuang turned his head slightly, facing the dreamlike gun shadow, and appeared quite relaxed, avoiding them one by one. Until now, Jian Wushuang thought that it would be best to resolve the matter peacefully. After all, he had taken away the innermost part of the Holy Land. However, Jian Wushuang's blind concession did not make Ling Ling's lord give up, but instead he fought more and more fiercely. At the back, each shot of Ling Ling's lord had gone straight to Jian Wushuang's life gate. Endless. Jian Wu's eyes narrowed, and his face gradually grew cold. Well, now that I'm telling you well that you can't hear me, I'll convince you first, and then tell you. Talented supernatural, puff. Instantly, a realm of power came to the audience. Under the power of this realm, the breath of the Lord of the Ghosts quickly weakened, and the breath of the sword, unparalleled, was skyrocketing. Gradually, the speed of Ling Ling's lord slowed down. The next moment, he stabbed a shot, and the flame gold gun in his hand was actually stretched out by Jian Wushuang and caught in one hand. Okay. Ling Ling's expression was stunned at first. Then he roared. His spirit was surging, his hands pulled back. Didn't move. Tugged again. Still not moving. The Ling Ling Holy Lord froze, slowly raised his head, and looked at Jian Wushuang. I saw Jian Wushuang grabbing the flame gun with his right hand and looked down at him facelessly. Chapter 43:50. Jian Wushuang's divine strength is tens of thousands of times greater than that of Master Ling Ling. At the moment, under the blessing of the primitive universe, the gap between him and Master Ling Ling has reached an incredible level. Has it been enough? Jian Wushuang spit out these 5 words. Ling Ling's face turned red, and he couldn't say a word. Now that you've played enough, can you say it well? Jian Wushuang's expression was calm, and he released his 5 fingers holding the flame gun. Suddenly, the Lord of the Puppets, who was too late to pull back, was too late to react. His body fluttered, and he almost fell from the air. The Lord of the Puppets, who clenched his flame gun again, grinned again on his face. Ha! You took my holy ground, and now you are so embarrassed to tell me. Do you want me to speak well? If you want this suzerain to speak well, then take my first move. Mystery. Chi may really fire. Ling Ling shouted loudly. His hands were fierce. Suddenly, the flame gun disappeared and turned into a golden flame. As soon as this golden flame came out, it suddenly seemed to burn the sky, turning the entire sky and the earth into a sea of fire. The sword, unparalleled, under this sea of fire is like a flat boat in the sea of anger, as if it would be swallowed by the sea of fire at any time. Go to hell. The Lingzhu Lord smirked, and his hands were torn again. Instantly, this golden flame turned into a lifelike golden fire dragon. Each scale was shining, and the flames stepped on his feet. Go with! The Lord Ling Ling yelled and pushed forward fiercely. Instantly, this golden fire dragon arrogantly screamed at the sword, biting at the sword. Stubbornness. Jian Wushuang shook his head. He wanted to use Wu Crying God to smash this fire dragon, but it seemed like he had thought of something. Instead of pulling out Wu Crying God's sword, he turned his right hand and a bronze ancient tripod appeared out of his hands. The bronze ancient tripod was repressed by Jian Wushuang's divine power. The original mighty horse has been restored to its original shape, like an iron golem of Hei Bukikyu. Just try your might. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed. Grasping the bronze ancient tripod and throwing it forward, he immediately smashed towards the fire dragon in the proud world. However, in order to be afraid of this tripod, Jian Wushuang directly smashed the Lingzhu Lord into ashes and controlled the power, and only used less than 10% of the power of the bronze ancient tripod. Hey! I saw the bronze ancient tripod suddenly turned into a parabola and hit it fiercely on the mouth of the fire dragon formed by the 7 fires. Huh! There is no obstacle at all, just like a sledgehammer hitting tofu. This mighty fire dragon was directly smashed by an inch, disintegrated, and turned into countless beach flames. This is not over yet. After the bronze ancient tripod smashed the fire dragon, a twirling spin, smashing again towards the Lingzhu Lord. What is this stuff? When Ling Ling's face went blank, he saw a black iron golem that rushed out of countless Mars, constantly enlarging in his pupil. In the end, the bronze ancient tripod drew a radiant arc to the extreme and hit him straight on his forehead. What did I smash? This is the last thought that flashed in the mind of Lord Lingbai. Immediately, his eyes darkened and he passed out. Call out! The unconscious spirit lord fell to the ground and raised countless dust. Holy Lord! How dare you kill the Lord? Suddenly, countless disciples of the Holy Land and Elder Jiufeng, who watched the battle, yelled. It was just that they were full of embarrassment and impetuous appearance, but none of them dared to step forward, but actually faced sword unparalleled. Jian Wushuang seemed to be ignorant of them and did not care about them, but looked at the bronze ancient tripod and frowned. A light flashed in his eyes. This is the first time he has used this bronze ancient tripod to face the enemy. He has tried his best to control the strength of the bronze ancient tripod and has only used 10% of the strength of the bronze ancient tripod itself. I didn't expect that even if it did, the sacred body of the Lord of the Gods would be nearly collapsed, and the spirit was directly occluded under severe blows. This is an invincible master. If he used the innate air in the bronze ancient tripod, would the power still be available? It seems that the strength of this bronze ancient tripod is far beyond my imagination. Thinking of this, Jian Wu's eyes flickered, and his thoughts were full of moments. After a moment, Jian Wushuang stretched out his right hand and grabbed it, and the majestic power poured out, and the bronze ancient tripod was captured back, and it was collected into the ring. Don't worry, you Lord is fine. Jian Wushuang lowered his head and gave a glance to everyone in the Holy Land, Holy Land. Seeing Jian Wushuang's eyes, they shuddered in their hearts. They just finally saw it clearly. The thing that did not slip away and smashed the suzerain turned out to be a bronze ancient tripod. A tripod? This is too fierce. 1 month has passed. In this month, Jian Wushuang did not leave Ling Ling Holy Land, but quietly waited for Ling Ling Holy Lord to wake up. For Jian Wushuang, the Holy Land of sacred gods, although it is just a common force that can be destroyed, but he has never acted in favor of others. He said before that he would pay resources to make up for the spirit. Sacred place, then he will naturally say it. At the 7th peak of Ling Ling, there is a cliff overlooking the entire Ling Ling Holy Land. Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged on the edge of the cliff, silently comprehending the avenue. The master of my heart respected and respectfully stood behind Jian Wushuang like a servant. Since Jian Wushuang defeated Ling Master a month ago with a trick of bronze guding, she was completely convinced by Jian Wushuang. Don't abandon your lord. Lord has awakened this morning. Gong Xian dominated complimently. Jian Wushuang's back was dominated by Xian, nodded when he heard the words, and stood up. Okay, let's go and see him. Yes. After a while, Jian Wushuang saw the Lingzhu Holy Lord in the sovereign hall of the Lingzhu Holy Land. The sober lord, who was awake, was still weak, although his body was still full of cracks, but his face had recovered a lot. However, he was like a frosted eggplant, with a weak expression and a low sigh, as if he was aging for decades. He looked at Jian Wushuang, who stepped into the hall step by step. His anger on his face had disappeared, and it was replaced by helplessness. "Sir, you have already taken the innate fire, and I am not your opponent. What else do you want to do? My temple is small, and I can't stand it." The Lord Ling Ling said, helplessly. Jian Wushuang heard a smile and said, "Sir Lord, don't you worry. I just came to pay you compensation." "Make up." He was still frustrated, like the Holy Lord who frosted the eggplant, and suddenly came to spirit. His waist was straight, and his eyes shot bright. Chapter 43:51. "Sir, how do you plan to compensate?" Light lingered in the Lord's eyes. He said, seeing the sword unparalleled, could not help but be a little bit dumb. If this Lingdi Lord had this attitude, wouldn't it be nice? After a pause, Jian Wushuang groaned one or two and said, 100 million source stone of the universe, 50 top magic drugs, 50 top magic materials, plus 10 finished top-level magical treasures. Jian Wushuang said slowly. Every time he said the same compensation, the Lord of the Lingering Lord couldn't help beating. After he finished speaking, the Lord of Lingering was already staring at Venus. This. Ling Ling's Lord swallowed, his arms trembling with excitement. 100 million source rocks of the universe is enough to buy dozens of celestial holy places in this cosmic wilderness. 50 top-level magic drugs can even cultivate many ultimate dominators. There are also 50 top-level magic materials, and 10 top-level finished products are precious. It is pitiful to see that in this Holy Spirit holy place, he is the Holy Spirit holy master, holding a top rule of treasure. The Holy Land of Holy Spirit has really fallen for too long, and the slightly valuable things in the Holy Land have already been cleaned up by other forces. It's enough to make me sacred to the Holy Land and double my strength. The Ling Ling Lord exclaimed secretly. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly and said, "Lingering the Lord, these resources that I have produced, even if they are not as good as that of the innate fire of Manchi, what do you think?" The Lord Ling Ling groaned slightly. Even if he didn't agree, what would happen? Okay, let's say that. The Lord Ling Ling bit his teeth heavily. Jian Wushuang nodded with satisfaction. Good. Immediately, Jian Wushuang surrendered a ring of heaven and earth to let the Lord of the Lingyi clear up in person. After half a day, Jian Wushuang quit in the eyes of everyone in Lingdi Holy Land. Lingdi Holy Land outside the gate. "Don't abandon your excellency. Don't you stay long?" he said with a bit of perseverance on his master's face. For some reason, during the period of following Jian Wushuang, she slowly developed a dependency and a feeling of inexplicability and unclearness, not even her own. Wait. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly at her. After that, Jian Wushuang arched her hand and said, "Don't give it away. Let's just stop there." The voice fell, and Jian Wushuang stepped on his right foot and suddenly turned into a streamer, darting toward the starry sky in the distance like a flatboat sailing into the Xinghai. My heart dominated as Jian Wushuang disappeared into the sky's back, and there was a puddle on his face. If I leave today, I'm afraid it's a difference, and there is no date in this life. In the vast sea of stars, Jian Wushuang, while refining bronze ancient tripods, was driving a cosmic boat, constantly driving into the depths of the wild wilderness. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years passed. In this 10,000 years, Jian Wushuang constantly changed his name, changed his appearance, and walked in the wild wilderness of the universe to collect the innate 5 elements. Under this 10,000-year collection, 4 of the innate auras of the 5 elements have been collected by him: Atsuki, Dinghua, Gungjin, and Haishui, as long as one more Cure Earth is collected. Qi congenital 5 elements. You can collect perfection. And the bronze ancient tripod will also really open. It's just that the search for congenital aura is far more difficult than the other 4 congenital auras. Jian Wushuang searched for 3,000 years and never discovered the news of the congenital aura. Therefore, Jian Wushuang simply slowed down and began to realize the avenue. In this 10,000-year period, he wandered in the secular world, sometimes like a scholar who traveled far away, sometimes like a old Confucianist, sometimes like a warrior standing upright, watching 100 wars, look at the forests, see the ebb and flow, and watch the lives of others. He saw the youthful spirit, the middle-aged calmness, and the old world. Jian Wushuang gradually found out that between lives, drink, and one peck, it was decided by heaven like reincarnation. However, the more Jian Shuang looked, the more he lost. Tao, what exactly is it? Just like looking at mountains is not looking at mountains. Now Jian Wushuang has fallen into a bottleneck state. But Jian Wushuang knew in his heart that although he was lost now, it was the closest time to the road of understanding. Once he can really see the avenue of heaven. He will be like a nirvana born again. He will really rise up and realize the true meaning of the avenue. Thus, a glimpse of the opportunity to become the supreme divine realm. An unknown star field called the Qianlin realm. Sword Wushuang turned into an old Confucianist. His hair was white, he was holding a crutch, his body was slightly sloppy, and he walked step by step on the official road outside the city. Cold as frost walked beside him, and also turned into an old woman with frosty hair and wrinkled face. In this 10,000-year period, Lung Rushuang finally broke through to the ultimate domination. The two hobbled forward, just like an ordinary old man. No one would have thought that any one of the two would have the mighty power to pinch the planet. Old lady, there is a tea stand in front of Let's Go to Rest. Jian Wushuang bowed his head slightly, looked at the cold frost standing beside him, and smiled. Well, old swordhead. Lung Rushuang smiled back and looked at Jian Wushuang's appearance, and could not help feeling. Both of them are now the ultimate dominating realm. They will never die, and it is impossible for them to be white-head to old. It's not bad to see each other's appearance now. They were not fast, just like the most ordinary old man, crutching, walking towards the tea stall ahead. The astral force value is not high, or the strongest in the entire astral area is just the main realm of the rule. With Jian Wushuang's current strength, I am afraid he can give this astral area blown out. Entering the tea stall, the owner of the tea stall is a half-elegant coquettish lady with a long-lasting charm. There is a 10-year-old child under her knee, waving a wooden sword, babbling, saying something I do know where to learn from. Rivers and lakes black words. 2. What are you drinking? The owner of this tea stall was very kind, and when they saw Jian Wushuang and Long Rushuang coming in, they didn't hate them because of their age. Instead, they respectfully pulled away the wooden chairs and helped them sit down. Just some coarse tea. Jian Wushuang said with a smile, Well, wait a second. The owner of the tea stall wiped the fine sweat on her forehead with a rag on her shoulder, twisted her buttocks, and went into the house to go. The boy with the red lips and white teeth under the knee of the owner of the tea stall was a little tired of the sword dance. He stopped, his black and white eyes murmured, and then ran towards Jian Wushuang. Grandpa, where are you from? Chapter 43:52. Jian Wushuang looked at the boy who was full of heads and brains, only to find it quite interesting. After looking at the cold frost, he joked and said, "Grandpa and Grandma come from outside the sky." "Out of heaven?" The boy blinked, his bright eyes blinked, and asked, "Where is it outside?" "Tian Wai." Jian Wushuang thought for a while and smiled back, "It's a long way from here. At night, you look up at the sky, the farthest one you see. The stars are where my grandpa comes." The little boy heard the words and suddenly pouted his mouth, shook his head, and said, "Grandpa, you bullshit. My mother told me that the stars in the sky are places where people can only go after they die. My father, who lives now on the stars." Jian Wushuang heard the words a little dumb, heard the second half of the sentence, and couldn't help but sighed slightly, reached out and rubbed the little boy's head. "You are so smart. Grandpa told you a lie." The little boy heard the words and immediately raised his head and hummed a little proudly. "Of course, my mother said, I am the smartest child in the world." Jian Wushuang heard the words and immediately smiled and did not speak again. And the little boy was of a natural age and could sit down. He picked up the wooden sword and danced for a while. After a while, the dance was tired, and he ran over again, panting, asked, "Grandpa, then you came from far away? You must have seen many people, you said. Is there a sword fairy in this world?" "Sword fairy?" Jian Wushuang heard the words for a moment, then thought about it and nodded with a smile and replied, "Of course there is. Grandpa was once the sword fairy." Grandpa, are you the sword fairy?" The little boy suddenly widened his eyes, and then looked up and down the sword Wushuang. He asked suspiciously, "Grandpa, you deceive people. Sword fairy all fly in the sky." Jian Wushuang smiled. "Isn't Grandpa saying that he was a sword fairy before, but now he's old, he can't fly?" Lung Rushuang heard the conversation next to her and couldn't help but smile. She didn't expect that Jian Wushuang still had such moments of innocence, but she didn't say anything. As the wife of Jian Wushuang, only she knew that she was being rewarded by the entire universe, and the pressure in her heart was due to Jian Wushuang in the Temple of Life. If this allows Jian Wushuang to relax briefly, then why not? When the little boy heard Jian Wushuang's words, his big eyes were obviously full of unbelief, but he didn't know how to refute. After thinking hard for a while, he asked with his neck around his neck, "Then, that Grandpa, tell me, how did you become a sword fairy before? I will believe you." "Okay." Jian Wushuang nodded his head, then raised his head to look at the sky, and there was a flash of nostalgic memory in the old and muddy eyes. That would have to be said a long time ago. The sunset was sloping west, and time was passing. Jian Wushuang picked some interesting things to tell the little boy. He immediately heard the little boy's eyes widened. His expression was wonderful. His heart was ups and downs, full of longing. After a moment, Jian Wushuang stopped slowly and shook his head and laughed. "Well, let's stop here today." It wasn't until the little boy passed a long time before he seemed to be waking up to his dreams. When he looked at Jian Wushuang again, his eyes were already full of worship. "Grandpa, they'll tell you secretly, my sword practice will become a sword fairy like you in the future." He held the wooden sword in his hands tightly. His eyes were full of tenderness. "As long as you persist, you will," Jian Wushuang replied with a smile. The little boy was happy for a while when he heard Jian Wushuang's affirmation. He even asked Jian Wushuang how many times, only after he got the sword's affirmation. After a moment, his eyes turned as if thinking of something, and he was curious and asked, "Grandpa, what did you practice sword for?" Jian Wushuang smiled and just wanted to answer, but suddenly the whole person was holding back. "Myself. Why did you practice sword?" Jian Wushuang didn't speak, but he looked up at the sky with 1,000 thoughts in his heart. Everyone has a reason to become stronger, or in other words, call it obsession. With this obsession, go all the way forward, and dying without regret, you can open up your own way. So, what is your obsession? Sword Wushuang can answer this question. At the beginning, his devotion was to be able to protect himself from bullying, to find his father Jian Nantian, and to stay in this world. So, as the other party became more and more powerful, he became so muddled that he went through every level and made himself stronger. Until now, he has become the most powerful existence in the entire universe except the Supreme. But his sword is unparalleled. But after a moment, he actively wants to become stronger. What to do? No. Taking a closer look at all his actions is actually a counterattack against pressure from all parties. Even now, he wants to realize the Tao, to collect the innate 5 elements, and to break through the supreme divine realm, just to make himself stronger, to face the dragons, to face all the crusades his power. Then, if one day his sword is unparalleled and the universe is invincible, no one in the world can press him for half a point, wouldn't he not practice? Is it stagnant? In Jian Wu's eyes, a sense of confusion gradually appeared. His divine power began to get messy. Fu Jun, seeing as cold as frost, his face suddenly changed slightly, and he immediately swung his right hand to form an enchantment, wrapping her and sword unparalleled. She knows that Jian Wushuang is definitely enlightened and is now in a most critical stage. What she can do is not let anyone disturb him. Within the enchantment, Jian Wushuang fell into a puzzle like never before, as if sinking into the deep sea, sinking. He was completely lost. What is your own Tao? Time flicked, 3 days passed. Under this enchantment, Jian Wushuang and Lung Rushuang seemed to disappear into the world out of thin air. The two of them sat clearly in front of the tea stall, but no one could see them and touch them. This naturally caused another surprise. The little boy was so excited that he shouted again and again, "My dear, I have met a fairy." The tea stall owner also stayed a while, then quickly knelt on the ground, slammed her head 3 times, and even called the gods to come to the world. The sword in the enchantment is extremely critical. Throughout the ages, the avenue of comprehension failed, and then Daoxin completely collapsed, turning into a walking dead, a powerful humanoid machine, countless. Just when Jian Wushuang was about to collapse Daoxin and to follow those people, suddenly, a human face appeared in Jian Wushuang's conscious world. That's Geniki